Ready? Good morning. I almost said good evening, out of habit. Good morning. I want to welcome everybody to the annual budget meeting of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners. As a reminder, please silence your cell phones. The first item on the agenda is always the invocation and pledge. This morning it will be delivered by District 3 Commissioners, the invocation to be given by Commissioner Guy Carden, and the pledge to be given by Commissioner Jennifer Mason. Please rise.
Heavenly Father, thank you for this day, the blessing of calling Williamson County home, the opportunity to represent and serve our community. Pray that you go before us today, grant us your wisdom, your guidance and decisions, and trust us. Pray that our service to the community. Pray for your continued protection over our county, our state, our nation. We ask that you watch over our military, both here and abroad, and our first responders. We ask forgiveness of our sins. We ask that you would continue to bless Williamson County, the state of Tennessee, and the United States of America. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is our roll call. If you can, please hit your present button. Give Greg a few moments to hit his present button before I record the roll. If you've got them, go ahead and record the roll, please, Mr. Whitby.
Okay. We have 20 present, 4 absent. Commissioner Ricky Jones absent, Commissioner Barb Sturgeon absent, Commissioner Megan Guffey absent, and Commissioner Brian Clifford absent.
Thank you for that, Mr. Whitby.
Yes,
and we had
sir.
heard from each of those 4 individuals and understand their inability to be here this morning. Next item on the agenda, well, we don't have approval of minutes this morning, so we go straight to citizen communications. We'll start the citizen communications. Do we have any?
Yes.
Okay. Our rules allow up to 3 minutes per individual to speak. I'll call on you in the order in which you signed up
I handed it to the clerk.
once we find the list. And
Put that with those votes.
Oh, okay.
when I call upon you, if you would come to the podium and give us your name and the
Not
town
with the-
in which you live.
No, ma'am.
All right.
Because I'm going through.
Put them up. And I'll put them here for you. Okay, our day is off to a great start. No, I picked it up from the podium. Well, I know that
Let
we
me
went
just
here
ask them to
first.
raise their hand.
Nope, those are, you can go flip through real quick.
Yeah,
but
that's
they're all just
agendas.
resolution. I mean,
Paul Webb,
Conflicts.
are those,
No.
would that happen to be
Here it
on?
is, here it is.
Oh, we
here
found
is.
it. Okay. All right, first to speak is Beverly Purvis.
And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you again today. Many of you have heard me stand before you to advocate for Williamson County teachers and staff. I continue to come back because the need's still there, and the people who serve our students every day deserve our support. Our teachers and school employees are the backbone of our schools. They arrive early, stay late, take work home, and invest countless hours in helping students succeed. They do this not because it's easy, but because they care deeply about the children and families of Williamson County. At the same time, they're facing the same economic pressures as everyone else. The cost of groceries, gas, housing, insurance, and everyday necessities continues to rise. For many educators and staff members, this 4% raise is not about getting ahead, it's simply about keeping up. Without competitive compensation, we risk losing talented teachers and staff to neighboring districts and other career opportunities. If we want to maintain the high-quality schools that Williamson County has been known for, we must invest in those people who make that success possible. Today, I'm asking you to find a way to fully fund the district's budget, including the 4% raise for teachers and staff. Budgets reflect priorities, and I believe the people who educate, support, and care for our students should be one of the county's highest priorities. These employees show up for Williamson County every day, and I respectfully ask that you show up for them by fully funding the district's budget and supporting this much-needed raise. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Next on the list is Maureen Morton. Oh, Thornton, I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Thornton. I live in Franklin. I also have the pleasure of serving as the president and CEO of Visit Franklin, the Williamson County Convention and Visitors Bureau. I think most of you are aware that the reason we exist as an organization is to help Williamson County thrive. The way that we do that is by generating visitor spending and championing our destination identity. Our sales and marketing teams are revenue-generating engines that bring visitors from outside of this community to spend their dollars here in Williamson County. I have valued the partnership with you as a commission and those throughout the community in doing this work because we are in it together. We are all here to help a thriving community. I recognize and appreciate the hard work ahead of you today and in creating and passing a budget that serves our community. I simply ask that you remember that our work as the CVB generates revenue for Williamson County, both to the county's general fund as well as directly to Williamson County Public Schools. The money that non-residents spend as visitors also save Williamson County residents tax money every year. For 2024, that number was $1,631 per household saved by non-resident visitor spending. Investing in our work allows us to continue to be a revenue generator for the county and for the community. The numbers are compelling. I mentioned that per household savings, but also in that spending is more than $18.8 million in local option sales tax generated directly back to Williamson County Public Schools. And for every single dollar of hotel occupancy tax, the fund that supports our work, there's a 3-to-1 investment back to the county's general fund. That's icing on the cake that in 2025 amounts to $6.5 million to the county's general fund from hotel occupancy tax. Thank you for your consideration and your continued support of our work. It is our honor and my personal privilege to serve in this role on behalf of this fantastic community.
Thank you. I was going to introduce this individual later for being here, but they're asking to speak, so I'll introduce them now. We have our State Commissioner of Tourism here, Mr. Mark Ezell.
Yes, Mark Ezell from Nashville, Tennessee. Good morning. It's an honor to be here today, and I do get to serve as Commissioner of Tourist Development for the state of Tennessee. And before serving this role, I also had a lot of time in Williamson County as our family business Purity Dairies for the last 35 years before I served in this role. One thing I learned at that time is that good decisions start with good data. And that's why I wanted to speak for a few minutes today, is to talk about the data you just heard from Visit Franklin. The numbers Maureen just shared, and she shared, aren't marketing numbers. They aren't estimates developed by Visit Franklin. They are, as we like to say, tourism is real money, because they are the economic impact figures that are provided by our department for all 95 counties. They are built from multiple data sources, from independent analyzation, but also, and most importantly, using the information from the Tennessee Department of Revenue and the tax base that's created. So when we look at all 95 counties, the story they tell about Williamson County is impressive. Williamson County is the 6th largest tourism economy in Tennessee. And when you think about that for a moment, when we've got places like Nashville and Memphis and Gatlinburg and Pigeon Forge and Knoxville and Chattanooga, that Williamson County stands because they rank among the very top tourism destinations in our state. And that's not just because people are coming here by accident. They're coming here for Franklin. They're coming here for your historic downtown, for your music, for your events, for your restaurants, for the unique experiences that honestly you've used and built over the last many decades. This isn't a Nashville overflow story. Williamson County's established itself as a destination in its own right, and the numbers reflect that. The $1.3 billion in visitor spending represents about 14% of all your taxable sales in your community, and that's important, y'all, because we're a sales tax state. We are not and don't want to ever be an income tax state. And so every visitor, every time they come and stay in a hotel, eat in a restaurant, shop at a local, or attend an event, they're really helping generate revenue for your community. As I like to say, visitors don't vote, but they certainly pay taxes here, and they buy what we residents want them to do with their taxes. So they come, they contribute to a local economy, and then they go home. And as someone who has had the opportunity to see tourism performance in every corner of the state, I can tell you that this kind of success doesn't happen by chance. It takes vision, it takes investment and long-term commitment that honestly you've been doing. And the results that Maureen shared today are real. Williamson County's position as one of the Tennessee's leading tourist destinations is real, and the economic impact and visitor taxes are real. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ezell. We can't answer or ask questions during this period, but when we get to that resolution, if you're still here and people have questions, we'll call upon you.
Thank you. I've got team here, and really a blessing to be here.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next, I have Dan Preston.
Good morning. Always tough to follow the commissioner, but I'll do my best. My name is Dan Preston. I'm a resident of Brentwood, Tennessee, and I'm the Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Chartwell Hospitality. Chartwell owns and operates 8 hotels in Williamson County, representing more than 1,300 hotel rooms, and we have invested millions of dollars in this community because we believe in its future. I'm here to encourage you to maintain funding for the Williamson County Convention and Visitors Bureau. From our perspective, this is about competitiveness. The hospitality industry is more competitive than ever. Every hotel room night is being pursued by destinations across the entire Southeast. Communities are investing aggressively in tourism, marketing, corporate, association meetings, sports groups, and visitor attractions because they understand that visitors bring jobs, economic activity, and more importantly, tax revenue. One of the strongest reasons to support the CVB is that Williamson County needs to generate demand of its own, not simply rely on overflow from Nashville. Nashville's success is a tremendous asset, but our overflow business is someone else's business. Williamson County deserves a strategy that generates its own demand. The CVB is responsible for telling our story, attracting visitors, pursuing events, and creating reasons for people to choose Williamson County. Those efforts support not only hotels, but also restaurants, retailers, attractions, and countless local businesses throughout the county. In the private sector, when competition increases, we do not cut our sales and marketing budgets, we invest more. No hotel owner would respond to increased competition by spending less to attract customers. As a destination, Williamson County should not either. Williamson County has invested too much, and the private sector has invested too much to become dependent on demand that originates somewhere else. We should be generating our own demand, attracting our own visitors, and competing for our own share of the tourism economy. I respectfully urge you to maintain funding for the Convention and Visitors Bureau and continue investing in one of Williamson County's most effective tools for driving economic activity, private investment, and long-term growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. And then last on the list, I have Lee Kennedy.
Hey, everybody. My name is Lee Kennedy, resident of Franklin. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. For full disclosure, I do serve on the board of Visit Franklin, but today I'm speaking for myself as a business owner in this community. We're all blessed to live in a county with a rich history, a thriving Main Street, a robust dining scene, and attractions that draw visitors from across the country. Many of these businesses are family-owned. We have our share of large chains, but the lifeblood of Williamson County is our local independent businesses. Places like the Gentry's Farm, Hatcher Family Dairy, Cork and Cow, the Factory, and attractions like Carton and the Carter House. Our community supports these businesses, but for most of them, a significant share of their revenue comes from tourist dollars. Without those dollars, many would struggle to keep their doors open. Visit Franklin is instrumental in building awareness for these businesses and attractions and in bringing that revenue into our county. When you read about us in Garden and Gun magazine or Southern Living, Visit Franklin facilitated that exposure. When a conference comes to Cool Springs, it's often the result of their work. They bring journalists and storytellers here to report on what Williamson County has to offer, and they send ambassadors around the country to promote us. That exposure brings guests who stay in our hotels, spend at our businesses, generating tax revenue that funds the first-class amenities that our residents have come to expect here in Williamson County. Reducing Visit Franklin's funding hinders that effort. It means fewer writers, influencers, and journalists telling our story. That means fewer visitors, less revenue for our family-owned businesses, and fewer tax dollars for the county. I know you all have a great deal. To weigh in stewarding our county. And I don't envy your position. You're called to make hard decisions, and I thank you for your time and for the careful consideration I know you'll give this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And that concludes citizen communications. We'll move on now to communications and messages. First of all, if you haven't already done so, to the commissioners, there's a conflict statement on your desk. If you would, sign that and hand them towards Diane. She's collecting those. I know I've received a lot of them, but I think there's still a few that are out. While those are being passed out, just as a reminder, we're going to recess today at 11:30 ish, and we'll be headed to the Ag Center this time. I know in years past we've gone to the Enrichment Center. The Ag Center is a little bit further drive, although Diane doesn't think so. But so make sure that you leave promptly, because we're going to, first order of business once we get there will be our pictures. So if you want to be included in the picture, I'm told by Diane you need to leave and just go straight there. Right. Okay, and then as another reminder, we have the combined County Commission and Franklin City BOMA meeting. That will be at the Enrichment Center, not to be too confusing. That'll be on the 29th of this month at 5:30. And with that, we move on to reports of county offices, and I'll call on Mayor Rogers Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to keep my remarks very short, but I do want to say thank you to the Budget Committee this year. Our Chairman Morton, we had Commissioner Hester, we had Commissioner Webb. In the 3rd District, we had Guy Garden to carry us through in his first appointment, first time seeing the budget. Very difficult budget, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to Phoebe for all the hard work she has done behind the scenes to get these numbers out to you. Other than that, I'm sure you're going to outline the way we'll approach this budget, Mr. Chairman, as we have gone through it in the last several years. But I'll entertain any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments for the mayor? I see none. Phoebe at this time, or just...
No, just start the resolution.
All right, we'll start with the first resolution. Resolution 6/1826-1, resolution amending Resolution number 5-12-10 related to the annual funding appropriation for the distribution of hotel motel tax revenues to the Williamson County Convention and Visitors Bureau. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Matt Williams. The Budget Committee was 0 for, and 4 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
Yes, thank y'all. First of all, let me also thank my fellow Budget Committee members. This, as you will hear for the next couple of hours and going on, this has been what the mayor deemed his most challenging budget in 24 years, and I will certainly say in the 8 years that I've been on this one's a challenge. This resolution presents a question that several of our speakers just spoke to.
coming into the last round of budget cuts, where could we find money? One of the proposals was a 20% reduction on our hotel motel tax for the Convention and Visitors Bureau. As you've heard, that generates income for us. Budget Committee denied that request, so we have asked not to have that cut made. If there are any further questions, people are here to answer.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I start my comments, I want to say I spent many years on the Williamson County Convention and Visitors Bureau, including serving as chair of that organization. They do a fine job. Serving on the Budget Committee, I've heard the reports before and seen the documents. But after last Thursday's budget meeting, I contemplated all the information that I heard in that process. Even though I voted not to support this amendment, I didn't have a good feeling about it. And I'm going to tell you why. We've asked every department to cut 5% from their budgets. Our schools cut a lot. And I think the economic driver for over 3.5 decades has been our public schools and overall economic performance. Visitors, myself included, we want to go to a place that we consider safe, secure, that we can go there and not worry about our personal safety. And yet we cut our law enforcement budget 5% in this proposal. And the other thing, our Parks and Rec folks, they just came off a very successful Renaissance Festival, which not only brought in huge gate receipts, but also brings in many people to frequent the establishments here in the county, the retail, the hospitality, and all of those. And yet, we cut them 5%. And think of all the athletic travel teams that come here. They've got to prepare the fields. They've got to get the Ag Center ready for the state wrestling championship. And we cut them 5%. And what bothers me is the Convention Bureau didn't even offer $1. They offered us nothing. You need to fund us 100%. And after I've thought about this over the past week, I've decided I'm going to support this resolution because we're all in this together. They can't do their business if we don't have a safe community. They can't do a lot of their business if Parks and Rec doesn't step up and help them out. And I've just thought about this very hard, Mr. Chair, and so I want to let everybody know why I've changed my vote. I'm in favor of this resolution.
Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first point I'll point out on this is not a request for a 5% reduction to the budget. It's really a 20% request. We've got a request that we reduce the tax proceeds from the hotel motel tax from 25% to 20%. That's not a 5% reduction on operating budget. That's a 5% reduction on those quarterly tax proceeds that would be going to the Convention Bureau. So when we talk about impact on reduction in value, it's not a 5%. This is not an apples to apples comparison. This is a change of the tax proceeds that would be going to the Convention Bureau. And what I'll state, the state commissioner and everyone else who has already come to talk about the impact that the Visitors Bureau has, not just on this county, but on really every department and every individual residing therein. The statement's made that these other departments, can't, the Visitors Bureau can't function without these other departments doing their job. I would posit that these other departments cannot do their job absent what the Visitors Bureau does. The money it brings in to offset and to support each of these other departments, and the ability to curtail what's going to be later on in discussion, which is the possibility of a tax increase. These are real institutions that the Visitors Bureau works with that brings in money that prevents us from having to increase tax burdens on Williamson County residents. So I would urge that this resolution not pass, not simply because the math doesn't work out, but because if we do not support this bureau and the work it does and the money that it brings in, not speculative money, actual hard numbers that come from the state, you're inviting yet another increase in tax obligations at the next budget cycle. So I'd urge you to not support this resolution.
Next, I have Commissioner Steve Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to amplify what Commissioner Aiello just said. dropping the allocation of the hotel motel tax from 25 to 20% is a reduction of 20% of the revenue to the Convention Visitors Bureau. So it's not comparing a 5% reduction by the departments. It's actually a 20% impact on the budget that the Convention Visitors Bureau receives from the county. And I would urge you to reject this. Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Thank you. I spoke at the Budget Committee meeting about this particular resolution, and I have to say I'm not in support of it because I've seen the great work that Maureen and her team have done. And I do see every single year our hotel motel tax continues to increase. And I think that is in part of what she is doing. And speaking to the Renaissance Fair, that was a partnership too. So they're doing a lot to bring visibility to all the wonderful festivals that we continue to do in our community. And it's a revenue stream. And it's a revenue stream that doesn't impact our property taxes. And I think we need to continue to invest in that. And as I also mentioned, there's other places for us to save money. I don't know, this past year how much renegotiation we did on our vendor contracts, but I just went through a really tough year with my organization, and we had to make a lot of tough decisions, and we had to talk to our vendors, and we had to look for cost savings, and we had to look for discounts. So I think it's best for us to go back and look for those discounts and look for those savings and not negatively impact someone who's actually doing great work to increase our revenue and keep our property taxes low. Thank you.
Commissioner Jennifer Mason.
Thank you. Like Commissioner Webb, I did a lot of thinking on this resolution, and ultimately what I came down to is I get asked a lot, how do you manage such a big budget? Why don't you manage it like your household? Would you do this for your household? And so I wanted to kind of simplify it and go, if this was my household budget, and if I had a side hustle, and my side hustle cost me $400,000 in supplies, but generated millions of dollars, why would I cut my side hustle? Now, on paper, it may look great. I've decreased my expenses from $400,000, but I've also chopped off my revenue. And so I think we're being very short-sighted if we make a decision to approve this resolution, because again, while on paper today it's a savings, in the long run, it's actually going to hurt us more. And so the simple question is, if this was your household, this was your side hustle, would you cut it? And I think if you simplify it in that way, the answer is no. And the resolution, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hayes.
Actually would like to give you an opportunity to tell us some of your proudest accomplishments, because I know you've been here a couple of years, and we were very impressed that we attracted you. You're very talented. I would love for you to give us, doesn't have to be anything long or complex, just a list of some of your proudest accomplishments that you've been able to do that we didn't have, maybe we weren't doing prior to your arrival, because I think that'd be important to hear for us as well.
Is that for Ms. Thornton?
Sorry to put you on the spot.
You mean Maureen or?
Maureen, yes.
Okay.
No, I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for the question. There are a lot of things I'm proud of, certainly not the least of which being coming in and being part of our organization's collaboration with the community, because a lot of times tourism happens to places, and it is not our desire to allow tourism to happen to this place. It is our desire to make sure that the work that we do supports a thriving community and uses tourism to invite people who respect our homes, spend their money, and go back. So one of the things I am most proud of is the work that our organization did in our brand. You heard me talk about championing destination identity. We want to be the kind of place who welcomes people and talks about authentically who we are. That allows us to get the kinds of people to come and spend money in all of the variety of businesses that we enjoy as residents. And it also allows it to be in sync with residents. So it's not just that's what the tourism people say to get people here. It really truly reflects here's who we are as a place, and we're welcoming people to participate in that experience. So I'm incredibly proud of the brand work we've done, the way that that has influenced our marketing, and the positive impact that has had in generating both the leisure visitation, but also the meetings and associations visitation. So I'm proud of our brand. I'm proud of the way that it's supported our marketing. And our sales team every year has exceeded their goals in terms of generating more room nights. And so I'm proud of the performance of our team.
Thank you. And I will say, as a former small business owner, during a very inflationary former administration and current administration, it is difficult to stay profitable when your cost of goods goes up and up and up. And I experienced it firsthand. And if it wasn't for tourism, you know, the winter months were very difficult. You know, January and February, you just kind of go, you tighten the belt and you just hold your breath. And, you know, I'm very frugal, so I know how to pinch pennies, but your efforts, I saw that. I mean, I was going, oh, dear Lord, have mercy. You know, the cost of goods keeps going up. And it was your efforts that kept those tourists coming in. And we all know, I mean, you know I didn't travel as much. I was worried about saving my pennies because inflation is real. So thank you very much from the small business owners that feel it when our tourists don't come. It does make a difference. And I was far out in good old Boston, Tennessee, little old Davis General. And it did make a difference to me. So I appreciate your efforts and I applaud you. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanford, did you want to speak, or did you? Okay. Commissioner Steve Smith, did you want to speak again?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. When Maureen pointed out the branding that was done, the CVB goes by Visit Franklin, but their efforts extend to Nolensville, Fairview, Leapers Fork, Boston, Spring Hill, Brentwood. They provide their services for the whole county and attract visitors to the whole county, and that benefits all of us. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert?
I have a question. There are two resolutions right after this that have got, I guess I'll need them explained and what that has to do with this resolution.
Great question. Do you want to explain it, Commissioner Morton?
I'll be happy to, and sorry I didn't. Depending on how we vote on this will determine whether or not 2 or 3 is appropriate. Item 2 has with a cut to the Convention Bureau. Item 3 has it without the cut. So depending on how we vote on this resolution will determine whether or not I ask to pull Resolution 2 or 3. And those numbers are highlighted, I think, on those sheets for you.
Commissioner Mary Smith?
Just one more quick comment. You know, over this last, few months and just getting out and talking to the community, one of the things that came up over and over again was keeping our rural identity and keeping that agricultural identity going. And Maureen and her team, what they've done, especially out in my district, District 5, where agritourism is so important, where we have Arrington Vineyards, we have Morning Glory Orchard, we have new business coming in. I think this is also imperative that we continue to build off that, because if we want to keep our identity, the tourism is one way for us to make sure that agricultural businesses are still viable in our community. I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of Resolution 618-26-1, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Herbert, Sanford, and Torres. Hit change your vote and then go back and try it one more time. There we go. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
1 yes, 19 no.
Resolution fails. With that, Commissioner Morton, do you wish to pull Resolution 618-26-2? Resolution 618-26-2 has been pulled. We move on now to Resolution 618-26-3. Resolution making appropriations to nonprofit charitable organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2026 and ending June 30th of 2027. Proper motion made by Commissioner Mary Smith, seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
We do need the other two forms, ma'am.
And before we vote on this one, I'm missing 2 forms, Herbert and Aiello. Oh, you have her, if you could just pass it down this way. And And with that, I'll ask for an explanation from Commissioner Morton.
Yes. This is just to fund our various nonprofits, including. There I am. This is to fund our various nonprofits, including the Convention and Visitors Bureau, at the amount that we just approved.
Question or comment from Commissioner Lisa Hayes?
Is this pretty much the same list we had last year of vendors? Did we do any 5% cuts on this besides the obvious one that we just voted down? Did not. Just curious. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Lawrence. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Move on now to Resolution 618-26-4, resolution making appropriations to nonprofit emergency services organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2026 and ending June 30th of 2027. Proper motion made by Commissioner Greg Sanford, seconded by Commissioner Guy Carden. I forgot on the last resolution to signify that the Budget Committee was 4-0 against. This resolution is the same. Budget Committee 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
Yes, this is for the funding mechanism for our emergency fire services and the Arrington Fire Department.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Sanford.
Just want to let the commission know, obviously, I'm a lieutenant with Arrington Volunteer Fire Department. I'll be voting my conscience on this.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. At this time, I need to go ahead and call on her. Yeah. At this time, I'll call on Ms. Phoebe Riley as we go into the main resolution, which is Resolution 618-26-5, resolution making appropriations for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2026 and ending June 30th of 2027. Proper motion made by Commissioner Greg Sanford, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. The Budget Committee was 4-0 against. 3-4, 1 against, as amended. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
As I said before, this one was a tough budget year. We came in with an initial request to all departments to cut 5% off their operations. Not getting all the way through that, we came back, made further cuts. As numbers have moved towards the end, we were able to get to a budget. It does come with a companion piece, which the recommendation for these numbers involves a 3-cent tax increase. And Phoebe can better detail sort of some of the mechanisms that could go into not funding the budget that was recommended by the Budget Committee. We have moved pennies around. We have cut operations. We have done everything that we possibly can. My concern and reason for voting for this budget, as I believe the other members, was because we have kicked cans, we have shifted pennies, we have delayed the inevitable. And if we do not approve this budget as we have presented it, next year's will most certainly hit. We kicked cans to get to this point this year. We have reached our limit in my estimation, and I fear without an increase that should any calamity happen, should it be a winter storm, should it be an economic crisis, we will have no room for error. It is that tight. And doing that, we have robbed Peter to pay Paul. We were taking 2 cents out of our general operations to help fund our schools. We have done everything, and because of that, we at the budget were not comfortable with that and have recommended an amendment on the tax side as well, which you'll hear later. But I wanted to give that overview on the resolution of these. There also are two amendments to reflect the changes that we have just voted in on Convention and Visitors Bureau, and then I think we had a typo of $800 somewhere, which is also in the amendment. Thank you.
Do you want to go ahead and make a motion for the amendment?
Yes. Propose the amendment to other general government to revise other economic and community development from $380,000 to $400,000. That's the 5% going back over to Williamson Inc. Miscellaneous revised from $2,011,212 to $2,416,997. That represents the funding that we just changed on the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Other general government, also the typo was should be $38,716,680, with a total general fund then of $185,444,995. All of those roll down into a total budget at the end of $925,369,673. Those are all detailed on the sheet that you received.
I have a,
Has already made the motion and it's in discussion.
so I have a proper motion for the amendment. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded from Commissioner Drew Torres. Questions or comments on the amendment? Will this be the only amendment?
This resolution, this is the only one thus far. This is their recommendation.
Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
19 yes, 1 no.
The amendment passes. We're on back to the main resolution. Any questions or comments on the main resolution? Oh, we have to go take these individually. I'm sorry. I was trying to get us out here too early. All right, with that, I'll hand it over to Ms. Riley.
Chair, I do agree. We could just go ahead and close this. I do need to bring to your attention, as Commissioner Morton had mentioned, the resolution that you have in front of you did have numbers already deducted, so that's why we just did the proposed amendment. I do want to bring your attention to the paper that you have in front of you that outlines the other adjustments that were made in order to get to these final numbers presented. The Budget Committee also recommended a delay for the start date of new positions for the county from July 1 to January 1. That budget impact was a reduction of $282,670. In addition, included in these numbers, the ambulance and hospital allocation was also reduced by another $1.5 million. So again, those numbers are in this number, so if anything needed to be changed on that regard, there would have to be another amendment to this number and to your resolution. So we have already addressed the Convention and Visitors Bureau, Williamson Inc. That was addressed by your last amendment. Budget Committee also reflected in this proposed budget a reduction to the general purpose school expenditure request of $2.2 million. So that has already been calculated and included in the number presented to you. Just for reference, the bottom section is just for your purposes as we go through discussion. 1 penny for the general fund generates, as you can see, $2,862,870. 1 penny in the general purpose school fund generates $2,676,656. I say this because I just want to bring this to your attention as we discuss shifting pennies, adding pennies. This is where those numbers come from, and these are how those calculations will be pulled. Further, at the bottom of your page, you will see what that means on an $800,000 home and a $1 million home. So our current tax rate is 1.3 or $1.30. So that current tax rate you can see on a $1 million home generates a tax bill of $3,250. The budget as presented does require an additional 3 cents to the schools. How we get there can be a combination. but a 3-cent tax increase would generate, for a $1 million home, a tax bill of $3,325. This is an increase of $75. These 3 cents and a $75 increase on the tax bill would generate in excess of $8 million for the general purpose school fund. So I say that only for perspective because you have a few things ahead of you, and I wanted to point that out. So if we may get started?
Yep, we'll take these in, well, I asked for the questions on the general resolution already. Now we're going to take each section, as I understand it, and we'll be able to get a motion in a second for each section, take questions and answers, and then go to each section individually. And then I'll call on these individuals for their questions. Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
Okay. General administration, $26,675,116.
So at this time, I'll need a motion and a second. Proper motion made by Commissioner Chaz Morton, seconded by Guy Carden. Now for questions and comments. Did it erase the board? Oh, geez.
Well, Judy wants to speak now.
Not knowing what order you guys were in before it erased the board, I apologize. I think Diane remembers that Commissioner Herbert was first.
She had done it again.
Okay.
These are all new.
I'll go to Commissioner Herbert first, then I'll take them in order as I see them on the screen. Commissioner Herbert.
Okay, I'm kind of addressing this whole resolution, and there's several things I want to address. And one is, I just want to point out what a huge mistake it was last year, as I said it would be, to go from 92 to 94% of revenue. It was very short-sighted, and now we're paying dearly. So I would ask these people that thought it was a great idea to come up with some ideas instead of doing a tax increase this year. But I'm going to move on from that. That's one thing. But there's some ideas I have. It's a little late, I know. I wasn't on the budget committee this year. And one was I got an email from a resident upset that the county is basically paying for Murray County's ambulance service. And I know I've spoken with the CEO, Phil, about this, and I think they're going to be kind enough to extend it to give them a chance. But I hope that it is worked out where Murray County starts paying us more, or Spring Hill, for our ambulance. We shouldn't be paying for that for other counties, just like Parks and Recs allows out-of-county people, and they're using our services because they move out, because they want cheaper rates elsewhere. Well, you lose that right then. And I hope they will think about increasing the fees for out-of-county residents. And there's another one, and this one's the sheriff. And this has been an issue, I think, for several years. He didn't start this. This came from years ago. And this is a way to cut quite a bit of money, is they have a lot of employees using cars to go home. So we're paying for the car maintenance, we're paying for their gas, and they're not deputies. I understand if you're on patrol, need it, but why should all these other employees get that privilege of getting a car and us paying for the gas as expensive as it is now, which I know the prices are going down. So I'm asking the sheriff if he would look at that list of people that's getting that and trim it down to just patrol deputies and people that truly need in any other department. There are not many other departments that have that, but if there's any other, to please look at their list of cars that's being used by employees. And then I think I'm going to wait on the school until we get to that section. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next, I have Commissioner Drew Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Phoebe, was there any discussion? I seem to remember when I was on budget 2 years ago that there was a proposed increase for the county commission pay. Is that going into effect this budget year?
It will be in 26-27, yes, sir.
Was there any discussion about not doing that and I know it's a small cut, but what the impact would be for not doing it?
We did not have that discussion, no.
Okay. How would I propose that? Wait, I know, I'm trying to,
It's an amendment, so you need a motion and a second for the amendment, but I'm not sure what you'll be amending, whether it's the revenue coming in or an actual expenditure.
Or the
It would be the
Or
expenditure.
the category that we're on right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then you would make the,
Yes.
Phoebe can help. It's in,
you'll need a
I'm sorry?
motion and second.
what is the increase, so you can make a motion.
I think it was 100, right? 50. That was going to 700.
I can't remember my, we can find out.
2 years ago, you had to do it ahead of election. 6 months. Sorry, Phoebe, I should have emailed you.
That is not one of my numbers I have.
So,
You may have it pulled up here.
county commission,
On your budget book, you would, it'd just be one number. It won't tell you what the decrease or the increase is.
so the 5101, Phoebe, 5101.
Yes, 51,100.
So, Commissioner Torres, the county commission is paid from back under general administration, the first line item of 51,100 county
Yes.
commission.
Yes, ma'am.
The current budget for 25-26 is 173,400. It is proposed to go to 202,200. And that reflects an increase in your monthly
Right.
per diem.
Right. So,
That would be
29,000 total.
28,800.
$28,800 would be the number.
Okay, I'm gonna
We're
make a-
taking that additional $100 per person.
all right, I'm going to make a motion to reduce that by 28,800 and not give the county commission a raise this budget year.
I have a proper motion. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Pete Stresser. Any questions or comments on that amendment? I've got questions on the screen, but I don't know if these are for the amendment or not. Technically, I'm supposed to ask each of you one by one. So let me do that. Commissioner Webb, is it on the amendment? If not, I'll come back to you. Commissioner O'Neill on the amendment? Commissioner Greg Lawrence on the amendment? No. Commissioner Sanford on the amendment? Commissioner Richards on the amendment? Commissioner Mary Smith on the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I just want to say that I do support the amendment. I think one of the things, while we don't get as much as other county commissions do, we also do get health insurance, which is a huge supplement to, it's about $1,000 for each of us a month, and some of us may or may not use it. So I do think that that is an expense to the county taxpayers. We also get, if you do the education, you can apply for that reimbursement on your continuing education. So I think that is also a benefit that could give you additional revenue. So I would support this amendment.
Commissioner Mason on the amendment?
Clarification, Commissioner Torres, when you're asking, are you asking for just next year or for it to be, you see what I'm saying? Because if next year it was going to go up $100, and so I think the motion could be just for next year, and then in 28 it reverts back to the 700, or are you asking from here on out it'd be the 600 unless there were another motion at some point to bring it back?
I mean, my intent obviously is for this budget year, but I believe it would also be just to keep it, flat for however long the budget committee decides they want to take it up again. So it would be for this budget, and then the budget committee next year can make a decision if they want to allocate or increase the pay.
I just want to make sure, because I wasn't sure how the resolution was worded, if we need to then change the resolution or if we can just do it for the year.
I believe your intent, the motion is just for this budget year
That's all you can.
to make this change.
That's all I can do, I think.
In effect, sunshining it so we would look at it again in the next fiscal year.
Okay, I just
So a
wanted to.
resolution was approved by this body 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, correct. Okay.
Right.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? And in case I'm missing somebody, raise your hand if you do have a question or comment on the amendment. The amendment would bring it down $28,800, keeping all commissioners at their current pay rate. Is it loaded yet?
No, it is
In a moment, it will be loaded, and if you are in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Once it pops up, opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Stresser. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
19 yes, 1 no.
The amendment passes. We're back to the section under General Administration.
Ms. Riley will need to give you a new
And
number.
we'll call on Ms. Riley for a new number.
The new number as amended for general administration will be $26,646,316.
If you'll pull the screen back up, we'll go back to the questions in the order they were listed before, which I believe first will be Commissioner Paul Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I vote on this one, I just want to say that, because I have an indirect conflict with my ARPA grant employment with the county, and so I'll be voting my conscience. Thank you.
Commissioner Greg Lawrence. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner David O'Neill.
And this is just for the overall, everything that we're doing here today. And I may be misunderstanding this, but are there any anticipated year-end revisions that are already reflected in the reserve projections that we've been looking at? Money that the departments may be given back?
No, no. At this point, we have not done those calculations because we have not closed out our fiscal year yet. So I do not have those offhand. I can guesstimate a few, but that's about it. We have not calculated those until we get our final numbers for June 30.
I'm under the, I've been given information that, and this is just for one department, at least one department's given back at least $4 million. And that makes a big difference. I mean, if we had that $4 million today, we wouldn't even be worrying about this. So for me, on all of this, I don't think that, and I don't know what the other departments are doing either, but if we had that back, this is an issue, and I don't think that that department's going to spend $4 million in the next 2 weeks. That's why it's like we're being put in a position to feel like we're in a panic position. We're about to run out of money, and then it's not going to happen. And that same department gave back $4 million the year before. In the last few years, have been getting $4.5 million every year from the state for money as well. So I just wonder about where all of that's going, and it's not just because we made some cuts last year. So that's my statement and question. If that's the case, if the reversions aren't being calculated, it's just not as much of a panic to me.
So if I may.
Yes, please.
So yes, we do have some excess that does get turned back in. A lot of times, the majority of that may be for open positions. So a lot of times, if there's a lot of vacancies, obviously those are the higher dollar numbers that we can see pretty quickly. Those numbers will go back in, but we need to put those back into the budget for the next year in case those positions are filled. I do also want to just point out, you were correct, and there is money that gets turned in every year, which is why we went back to the departments to cut the 5%, trying to address some of those items so that we could get more of a per expenditure budget rather than having some of that cushion in there. And so that is the purpose for the 5% reduction to every department. My third point I just want to make sure is the 3 cents are needed in the general purpose school fund, not the general fund. So I do not know what department you're specifically speaking of, but even if we cut that 4, the general fund is not where we need the revenue, where we need the additional revenues in the schools.
But aren't we moving that over anyway from the general fund to the schools, and wouldn't that kind of backfill that?
It would, yes, sir. It would be less of a draw. So I sent a piece of paper, the second piece of paper that I had given you all on your sheet is the summary statement of proposed operations, and that may give you a little context as well for that. So for each of the county funds are listed there. On the left is, again, an estimate based on what we will drop back into fund balance. To your point, Commissioner, this is kind of trying to estimate some of those expenses that will not be fully used that we can put back into our fund balance. So that is that estimation there for the beginning fund balance. You will see for the general fund, I am estimating that increasing. Right now, we are showing an undesignated fund balance of approximately 90 million. I am projecting that to go up about to 101. And then the estimated revenue, again, is what we presented based on shifting 2 pennies. So that second number there for the general fund of the 166,204,144 is shifting the 2 pennies and taking that out of the general fund. If you go all the way over to the very end, you can see by doing that, we are pulling from the general fund $18,815,066. So we are utilizing some of that fund balance and some of that excess by shifting 2 pennies. If we shift additional pennies, again, that will be a larger draw. Every time we take a penny, it's a larger draw on the fund balance. So to your point, we are trying to do a little bit of that, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Greg Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Phoebe, I just wanted to clarify something, and this was in reference to what Commissioner Herbert mentioned about ambulance service in Spring Hill. Is the 1.5 million, is that reflecting of that, or is that not included in these numbers right now, if we anticipate getting money back from them?
So that is not included in the revenue side. So we did go ahead and reduce the expenditure and our allocation to the hospital by the 1.5 in anticipation, hoping that if Murray County does supplement, then that will not cut the hospital total operations by the 1.5. Basically, it would be offset by whatever Murray County would then put in and generate to kind of compensate for that.
And we're estimating that to be 1.5, is that?
No, I think we're, and I can ask someone else probably will be better to qualify to answer that specifically, but I think it's a little over $1 million. It's not quite the 1.5.
Okay. I did speak with a Murray County commissioner yesterday. I'm fairly confident based on his comments that we're going to get that, but I just wanted to know if that was included in the 1.5, and the answer to that question is yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that is a reduction already reflected in that line, in that budget.
Okay.
Commissioner Sanford.
Phoebe, I know you've done the analysis. Can you walk me through real quick, briefly, how to pass this budget without a tax increase? Because I know you have the numbers. I mean, how do we get there?
So the schools need 3 pennies. How you choose to do those 3 pennies, I guess, is up to you. We can shift 2 pennies from the general purpose school fund, or from the general fund to GPS. I will abbreviate because it's too worthy. So shifting 2 pennies would then shorten, we would need 1. We can look at shifting 3 pennies, which I do not recommend. Again, that is going to increase the draw we have on our fund balance to the general fund in excess of $22 million. So that's a little steep for my blood, especially if we plan on taking capital expenditures out of fund balance later and not having to bond those in July or September, whenever those come back to you. The other choice is we can shift 2 pennies and then we can make additional cuts. We have mentioned possibly looking at insurance and dropping the per person budgeted rate from $12.5 to $12.25. And that will save us enough sufficient funds to get the general purpose school by. And when I mean by, I mean not a whole lot of wiggle room or excess for next year.
Can you explain it, the insurance deal real quick?
Yes. So again, as you all, as we spoke last year, we dropped it a little bit last year by $500,000 in order to help budget and offset that. So each person, the county pays the individual cost for the individual employee. So since we are self-funded, we obviously have to pay actual cost of claims. But in order to budget those, we estimate a $12,500 per person. And so those come from the respective funds. So those are funded out of your highway fund, your solid waste, your general fund, and your general purpose school, as well as cafeteria, et cetera. So those monies then get taken out of those funds and moved over to our self-insurance fund to then pay those claims as they come in. So what we're looking at is possibly being able to offset and reduce that budget down to $12.25. And that would save over $1 million just for the school system.
Have we gone over that before?
Have we?
That.
We have gone over it in budget committee, yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, I had a question about the legal fees, the county attorney. They're going up by $1 million over last year. What's the reason for that?
Yes, sir. That is for our legal fees that we have just have the retainer for our new new attorney for our highway, or for our hospital.
Weren't we supposed to be reimbursed by the hospital for that?
I have not yet, and that will not happen until the action is final.
Wouldn't it be wiser to take this money then out of the general fund, assuming that we will be reimbursed for it?
I am taking it out of the general fund, sir. That is, it's in the total general fund's budget, is that 1 million.
All right.
Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
I think this question is more for the mayor. Hi, Mayor Anderson. Quick question on, was the 4% across the board pretty evenly, what's the right word for it, given out at 4%? Because I've seen some unique circumstances where it was much more than 4%. So I'm assuming we stuck to the 4%.
We stuck to the 4%. There were a few market adjustments we made, but overall it was 4%.
Okay, so those were market based on comp study?
Yes.
Okay, good to know. And have we considered, I know you guys moved pennies and probably fought over pennies, considered freezing salary increases that are at a certain level and above so we can pull money back? I mean, I hate to say that, but with the benefits change, that impacts those that are lower salary band, which they feel it much more. And when we have high deductible plans that make you pay out of pocket a whole lot more, it just impacts those lower salary bands. I don't think the benefits idea is a very popular one personally. But I was just curious if we've thought about freezing certain higher level pay.
So to answer your question, if you remember last year, this body authorized getting the majority of our employees up to 75% market rate, and you authorized that, and we moved that money around. We have not looked at freezing those upper level salaries in many, many years. We have done some other adjustments, but we've not done that at all because it's also it's very difficult oftentimes when you have to make hires that you got to hit the market rate at a certain level so you can get those individuals there or retain the employees that you've got.
Right, understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Jennifer Mason.
Thank you. I have two questions, Mayor, just to piggyback on Commissioner Hayes. With the 4% salary increase, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't dictate how the departments apply that, correct? We fund it based on their employees, but they internally could distribute that money how they feel appropriate. Am I correct on that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Let me answer it that way. And the allocation formulas that the schools and the county uses, particularly in county general, we authorize a 4%. We do not do an employee evaluation like the private sector does, oftentimes weighing your performance and et cetera, et cetera. You're also dealing with an instrument called politics that it would be very difficult for an elected person, an appointed person, to not give an equal salary unless the performance of that individual was extremely bad, and then they would need to document that also. So for many years, because we don't have step raises, we tried to do that 20 some odd years ago. We got into the same situation we're in currently here. Now the schools have step raises, but the county general employees do not have. And so when the markets were presented last year to try to get everyone up to a certain percentage, that's the only pay raise they get. They don't get the market. They don't get the step raises.
Okay.
Second question?
My second question is not for you. You're off the hot seat. It's more of a comment I wanted to address. I was going to wait till later, but it's been brought up twice now about the ambulance issue in Spring Hill. And so I just want to provide a little information on that because as a commissioner for District 3, I'm very much involved in this issue. And also Districts 1 and 2 represent Spring Hill, so I hope they also have familiarized themselves with what is going on. Because the issue that we have is that the Spring Hill Murray County side is getting ambulance service from Williamson Health, and that benefits Williamson County residents in a lot of ways. It has to do with for example, me. I live in Williamson County, Spring Hill. I dine on the Murray County side of Spring Hill. And so then I asked myself, well, if I have a heart attack at my house, I guess I'm okay. But if I do my grocery shopping and eat at a restaurant, maybe not so. And so we did it that way when the contract was passed, to make sure that we weren't worrying about where lines were. And is this Murray County? Is this the Williamson County side? So all residents of Spring Hill, especially those living in Williamson County, would have access to the emergency service. Now, I don't disagree that Murray County needs to pay their portion. That is not the issue. But how do we do that? And how do we do that safely? Because if Murray County were to pick up the side of Murray County, their radios don't talk to Williamson County. Spring Hill's 911 calls, Murray and Williamson, go to Williamson County. So if you're on the Murray County side, you get dispatched to Williamson County, they have to refer it back to Murray County, find an ambulance on the Murray County side. And so there's a lot of moving parts to this. And so to just make a blanket statement that we need to stop ambulance service and they need to pay it, there are people, our residents in Williamson County, that are going to suffer by that blanket statement. Now, my understanding is CEO Phil Mazuka has graciously stepped up and agreed to extend the contract 6 months to allow Murray and Williamson County to have this conversation, to hopefully make a transition plan. And so he and Williamson Health have my utmost respect and thank you, because this was going to jeopardize me and my family and where I live in Spring Hill, as well as those residents in Spring Hill in Districts 1 and 2. And so before we make blanket statements about wasting money on saving lives, I think you first need to understand the issue. And so please understand that the $1.5 million is being covered by the hospital graciously, and Murray County has until December 31st to figure out and work with the issue. And the Spring Hill mayor has been authorized by their board to help negotiate and facilitate that. So if you have any questions, Mr. Mazuka is here, as well as Connor Jones with EMS. But again, making blanket statements about wasting money in Murray County on ambulance service personally upsets me. Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, so Phoebe, this is probably, hopefully you can answer some of these questions. So one of the things I noticed, actually that might be the mayor too. So in the county mayor's office, it looks like this year we did pay for an internal audit position. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Who is our internal auditor?
Paul Webb is our internal auditor. He is shipped from ARPA accountant to our internal audit.
Okay, so as an internal auditor, and I don't know, Commissioner Webb, was there any findings this year? Like, can we get a kind of a rundown of what was audited and where we possibly found any savings? Because one of the things that I've been looking at that I share with the commission is when you look at some of the trends in some of the operational expenses, non-personnel operational expenses, it looks like we're spending a lot more in different line items. So I was just curious, as the internal auditor, like what the focus might have been this last year and what the focus might be coming this next year. Because, I mean, like right now, we have one of the highest revenues per capita. We bring in a lot of revenue for this county. I just can't support. I want to find a way to make sure that our folks are funded. I want to make sure that people get the raises that they deserve and everyone is compensated competitively in our county. But I just can't support doing a property tax increase if we haven't done our due diligence to look for ways to save money in the contracts or in some of the spending. You know, we can look at software licenses. You know, I've heard, this is the great thing about campaigning, is you get a lot of people out there on the campaign trail that are willing to share ideas, and some of these are really good ideas. And they've mentioned software licenses, the gasoline. I know Commissioner Herbert brought up the gasoline. I've had people ask me why our school buses go to one of the most expensive gasoline fueling stations in the county. These are areas that we need to start to investigate, because I've sat there and listened to small businesses. They're struggling right now. They're struggling with the cost of goods. And I know it's only $60 or $75 for some of us to pay more taxes. But my home insurance and taxes went up $300 a month. So it's not just about this one increase. It's overall, when you look at it, the economic reality of what a lot of people are dealing with. And I can't even imagine what our teachers and our deputies, what they're dealing with. I just really feel like we have to do our due diligence. We are a blessed county. We bring in a lot of revenue in. And I just think that we've got to do what we can. And, you know, if Commissioner Webb is our internal auditor, I think there's a lot of opportunities in that position to work with our department heads and renegotiate those contracts, our licenses. We had to do it. I mean, I've been there. It's not fun. It's hard, and every day you walk in. But I feel like there's a lot of ways that we can save money, and we can easily make up those 3 pennies. So my question for you is, was any of that done this last year? Did we see any major negotiations with any of our, you know, vendors or any of those people that we partner with to operate our county?
Yes, thank you. And you're correct. It is a large undertaking. So Commissioner Webb has not been our internal auditor for very long. This has not been in that position for the full year. So we do not have an internal audit position in history. So this is building it from the ground up. And in order to build from the ground up, there is a lot of that risk assessment, pre-interviews, determining what the offices do, what their functions are, and what is needed and what's not. So a lot of that work has just started, again, because he has not filled this position for very long, but trying to get us a good baseline of what that looks like. He has done some test work and started looking at I'm sure has a good report for me, but we have not had an opportunity to have an exit conference with myself and the mayor at this time, because again, we're just early in this stage of trying to do some of that work. I do know that he is doing some of that work, if I may speak on his behalf for that purpose, because he's come and got folders from us, and he's scrutinizing my invoices. So I know he's there, and I know he's doing it. But at least at this point, it's just a baseline. We're having to start this position from the ground up and determine what that looks like. So to your point, yes, we have started. At this time, I have no findings. We haven't finalized his test work yet in order for us to have an exit to identify some of those areas. He has pointed out a few things, just knowing what he's asked for. Has brought a few things to my attention just on the side. But again, that will be an undertaking for the next year.
Okay. Thank you. And then I got one more question. I know that Diane's going to be retiring, but when I was on the budget committee last year, I know that we put in some overlap so that we can make sure that there was money for transition. So that's still in this year's budget. And then I see it's kind of gone into next year's budget. Can you kind of speak to what that transition period looks like, and if we're going to basically see our actuals for this year probably go down? Because I think we only got a few weeks left.
Exactly. Yes, so we did budget this year so that we could have that transition. The position has been posted, but it has not been filled. So yes, we have not used any of those funds for this current fiscal year at this point. Those funds would roll back into fund balance. So I did go ahead and put those into next year's budget with that anticipation of not only having the overlap of 2 people in the same position, but also paying out Ms. Giddens' very extreme vacation that we can't get her to take on, and paying out that accrual balance. So both of those numbers are in that budgeted number for next year, and that will, of course, then will drop off the following year.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lisa Hayes.
I'd like to concur with Commissioner Mason's comments. I agree. There's a lot. I mean, I like that we did an interlocal agreement for our fire service, because I do live in unincorporated, and I've had several neighbors whose homes have burned very quickly. And if it wasn't for Murray County being able to come up from Bethel, their houses would have burned to the ground. So I like the interlocal crossover. I think it's important. I think Spring Hill, no different. If we need to look at a better arrangement, that's great, but then I think we need to have those discussions. But I do think it's important that we have those agreements and crossover. I mean, it can make the difference between saving somebody's life, a Williamson County person's life who happens to cross over. So I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Mason, and concur.
Any other questions or comments on this category? Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Sanford brought up some of the alternatives that our Budget and Finance Director had presented to the Budget Committee. I would like to ask Budget Chair Morton, if he's interested in bringing that up and showing that to the body at this time as an alternative.
If it's the interest, then we can. It is, it's a lot of numbers to look at, but if there is, yes, like I said, I think the way we had phrased it at budget, sort of when we started this process and went through these 6 resolutions was, let's start at the end and then work our way back because all these things fall together. This body has a choice to make on how it will fund. Either we raise revenue or we do not. If we choose to, then the cuts are easier. If we don't raise revenue, then the cuts are there. The biggest, and we can go through those, and those were built in previously. We had originally started with a 3-cent tax increase with 5% operational cuts and the 4% raises, different revenue changes that came in as they tend to do from time to time, and the ability to shift those pennies allowed Phoebe, through a lot of hard work in the mayor's office, to be able to wiggle the numbers enough to get to a path that gets us there. That path, if I'm remembering the numbers correctly, leaves us with, I think, $46,000 to cover any contingency that we have not thought of. I believe that 46 and some change. For that reason, I was very, very concerned. We have just gone through this year with Winter Storm Fern, budget change of roughly $3.5 million, maybe a little bit more once we count in and everything. Some of those funds will come back to us in time. My concern is cutting it that close. I don't know what happens when the next thing occurs. Can those numbers be shared? Yes, they can, and maybe that's the best thing for us to do, to take a look so we see the thin line we're walking. And so, yes, Phoebe, if you can present those numbers so that everybody can see what the zero tax change looks like. That did include, I'll just take it back to where we've already been, that included cutting $400,000 for the Convention Bureau, which we have just said we are not cutting. So now we got to go find 400 and some change somewhere else. That was not anticipated. So now we're definitely underwater. We've got to find some more cuts to get to zero beyond what we had anticipated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, both Budget Chair. And I would defer, Mr. Chair, to the will of the body, just aware that Budget Committee has gone through those numbers, and I think Ms. Riley's prepared to show them and discuss them if that is important to the body. I just wanted to bring that up, so thank you.
If you're prepared to, let me take, let's see, Commissioner Mary Smith's already spoken. Let me take a question from Matt Williams, and then we'll decide how to proceed from there. Commissioner Williams.
Just being practical here, I know at least the committees that I sat on through the budgeting process, most of the departments assumed that the variable costs, such as maintenance, would be the same this year, next year, as it was this year. Right? And it's very easy to anticipate that some of those variable costs, such as fuel, maintenance, some of those things that we can't easily predict or project are going to exceed what the baseline was this year, because we are in an inflationary market. So considering the comments that Commissioner Morton just shared, if we're talking about a $46,000 cushion going into next year with no tax increase, that already becomes an unreasonable proposition to even consider that, in my opinion. And like I say, it goes back, I'm going to share a little bit of just thoughts with Commissioner Herbert. Expressed the same concerns last year when we set this budget. We monkeyed with our budgeting percentage. Historically, we've been at 92% collection, and we changed it to 94. That made a big impact going into this year, right? And I think there was originally a proposed tax rate for last year that we shaved some pennies off of. From one perspective, we should try to make sure that, we're being as tight as possible from year to year. The consequence of this is that we have to sometimes look at this. This has happened before. Back in 2016, we set the rate, and we had to come back the very next year and add a few pennies to it because we just cut a little too deep. I think if we're just being honest, we probably did that last year. We just cut a little too deep, and we're going to have to make an adjustment this year. But that's all. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer somebody's question, can Phoebe present that? I think it was Paul. we can. I just need about a 5-minute break so we can get that loaded. Number two is, I want to plant a seed in your mind. I was sitting there trying to think when we got our AAA rating. A lot of people take that for credit, for credit. To my knowledge, Hamilton County has it. Rutherford County just got it in the last 3 or 4 years. And there may be one other AAA rated county up in Upper East Tennessee. When you have a AAA rated county, and to explain that to the general audience listening, all of us have a credit score when you go to purchase an automobile or a home. Well, so do businesses, and so do governments. Brentwood and Franklin both have that AAA. We're one of the few counties that's got 2 cities with AAA. One of the things that Moody's, who does the ratings, and when you get that highest rating, you're getting the best possible rate when you have to borrow money. And we went after that, I think, in 2005 or 6. Somebody help me out here, but we've had it about 20 years. We've enjoyed the best favorable rates that you can borrow at through the bond market. But 2 things that Moody's always looks at when you're borrowing money is your ability to pay, but also your willingness. And last year we took about $14 million plus out of fund balance to make that budget work. By the actions that Commissioner Williams and Herbert have said, when you went from 92 to 94 percentile to make the budget work, I'm going to round off, you took about $4 million on this current year budget we're in, and also about $4 million on the proposed budget that you're looking at. So that has caused us to really have to dig down, and as Commissioner Morton has said, this is a tough budget. I don't disagree with the remarks, cutting more. We can find more if that's what you want. Give us that direction in the Budget Committee and this county commission. Chaz, Commissioner Morton's done a heck of a job steering this thing, and Phoebe's got more numbers. We've got Rachel sitting over there to go through the school budget if you do this or that. We'll be glad to do that. But there's going to have to be some more cuts than just 5% to make this work. It just can't. And I think my whole purpose of standing up here is to keep you focused on, in the next administration, that Moody's doesn't start asking questions. Because if one of the proposals you're going to look at is like 18 million or 21 million.
Yes, 3 pennies is 21 million.
21 million more. And so Moody's people evaluate, they do their analysis. We're not doing anything down here in a vacuum that we can say, hey, we'll make it up next year. They're actually looking at it. And they may give you a free ride. They may look at you and say, okay, we heard you. We saw that you had to do it. But what are you going to do about correcting it? What are you going to do about fixing it? How are you going to plug in those numbers for those future years down the road, those county commissioners and a new mayor? You've got to backfill it. Don't lose that AAA. Don't put us in a situation that we would regret that. We can suffer through what we did last year a little bit. We made the numbers work. But don't put us in a situation down the road that Moody's would come in on this county and take that away from us. It'd be an embarrassment. It'd take a long time, but it'd be costly. So I'll need about a 10-minute recess, if you don't mind, so we can set this up and show you some of the things that Commissioner Morton has said. Is that all right?
That's okay. Let's take a 10-minute recess and come back at 10:40. just been informed that Miss Riley has her numbers, so we'll bring everybody back to their seats. Go ahead, Miss Riley.
No. Hold on. Let me switch screens.
Oh.
Make it large, Phoebe. There you go.
Okay. Take it?
Yep, we can see it.
Move your mic to you.
Here. Okay, if we can take a look then, this is our working scenarios. This is what we presented to the budget. As you can see, we started out in the general purpose school fund. Now, I would like to make sure that I'm clear. We've had great discussion on general fund and how to make cuts to our general fund departments and such, which are, again, great comments, things for us to take back. But what we're short on is not an overall budget. It is the general purpose school fund. The general purpose school fund is where we have our shortage. So we can continue to make cuts to our general fund. The only thing that does to help, which I am very grateful for, is it reduces how much I have to pull out of my fund balance in general fund. So we can take more out of general fund balance. It just means that we will not have those dollars then to pull later on for capital. We would have to then look at that nasty word of bonding for any debt and capital, because then I've reduced my fund balance. So we will start at the very top. As you can see, we started with a $19.8 million gap with the schools. Throughout the last couple of months, this body has taken a few actions. We've done a few resolutions trying to get some of those numbers and shift some dollars where we could over to the school budget by approving the pool of education impact fee money for buses, certain things that we've done, forgiving of the debt payment for this current fiscal year. Also, that all, taking all of those things into account reduces our bottom line. So as Commissioner Morton stated, when we started this out, oh, excuse me, it's very sensitive. We started out this budget of shifting our pennies. So taking 2 pennies here on the very first column, you will see a reduction of 2.8 million twice. The reason why you see that is above that, in order to absorb the reduction of revenue, we were trying to identify ways to also absorb those expenditures. Again, so that we could maintain our current fund balance in the general fund. So again, it's a give and take. Everything is a give and take. You reduce my revenue, then I need to reduce my expenditures. So this is what the analysis is here to the left or to above. So these are the items that we were trying to reduce general fund expenses in order, as you can see here, maybe you can see my bold, to absorb 1 penny. That way that hit does not come solely on the general fund balance. As you can see, not quite there, still about 400,000 short. However, that is something that I think we could all live with for the general fund. Obviously now we have reduced and we have removed these 2 items based on previous. And again, this has not been decided on. So now I have cut my expenditures 1.7. So that is another $1 million I will need to either take from fund balance or adjust where I'm going to take those in order to absorb that penny. So we are back to today. Oh, and Commissioner Morton was correct. He was very close on his number. It was $46,495 was what the excess would be once shifting those pennies. So we go to over to today. So if I can, this one looks slightly different. Trying to take into account some of those things that have been brought to our attention over the last 2 months. We received the June assessed values from the property assessor. We added that a little bit. So that actually increased our property tax collections slightly, but we'll take slightly. We have received a letter from the state about the letter grade bonus. So this is for not only 2026, but we are taking into account going ahead and budgeting that for 2027. We know our schools are fabulous, and we expect our children to also get a letter grade adjustment for next year as well. So we're going to go ahead and take that into account, that we are very probable to also receive that letter grade bonus again next year. So increasing that revenue. So you can see here, we have, over the last couple of months, we have increased what we believe we can do as a revenue projection for our general fund. Or, excuse me, our general purpose school. I'm just going to say school. That brings our total down, our gap, to 14 million. So the next thing you will see is these are items that will affect the school's fund balance, enabling them to pull that excess out of the fund balance in order to still maintain their 3% balance requirement that they are required for the school system. So again, as I mentioned, the education impact fee, you all passed a budget to pull those dollars out of education impact to fund. That is money that now can stay in their current operations of the current year, which will then fall back into fund balance to pull for next year. That increase, as you can see on the right-hand side, my gap continues to drop. You also approved the bond repayment to forgive that for the fiscal year 2026. By pulling those monies and covering those principal and interest payments out of the general and the rural debt service, then that frees up 1.18 for the school system. That's money that they can drop their expenditures and giving them to reduce that cushion or to increase that cushion. This you have not done yet, but I would ask, and we'll probably come back and ask in July. So we also are looking at forgiving that bond payment again for fiscal year 27. In doing so and absorbing that on the debt side, which has sufficient fund balance to absorb that cost, that will save another $1.2 million for next year and add that to their fund balance. Here we're looking at, again, as I mentioned, this is that additional letter grade. You all approved and we were awarded that $1.6 million for this year, as we are anticipating, again, as I said, I'm betting on that happening again next year. So we're going to go ahead and put that in. This is the 2026, so current year that you've already approved. That's adding that 1.6 to current fund balance. Again, we put the 1.6 up at the top section to increase this number here with the projection of the next fiscal year. This is the new grant. So we talked and we had a resolution. We did have that resolution too. So last month, or first this month, we had a resolution also where the state was awarding a new construction grant. This is the first year for that. That construction grant does not have to be for new construction. It can be for existing operation maintenance of our facilities. So that will add that into our fund balance, and that is a total of $1,025,000. As I mentioned previously and on the handout that you received, we have already asked the schools to reduce their ask and reduce expenditures by $2.2 million. That is currently in the resolution as is presented and the draft of the budget. So we have already cut them $2.2 million. As you can see, our gap now is still $6,304,339 as of today. So how do we get there? How do we bridge the remainder of the gap? Obviously, these are ideas. Again, reducing insurance. That will save, taking that from $500 to $250. We could save a little over $1.3 million in the school system, which would offset that gap as well. Presented below, we have shifted back the 2 pennies to general fund. So those are the zeros that you now see in red. So that's shifting those pennies and leaving them in the general fund and not shifting those to the schools. In doing so, then they obviously will not have that offsetting revenue on their side. And this is the 3 pennies that we are asking for, that it is in your final resolution of the tax rate. If we approve, if this body chooses to approve a 3-cent tax increase that would go strictly and solely to the school system, we would be able to increase that cushion from the 49 that we were originally looking at to 1.7 million, which would help them in the next year. Again, we all know inflation. We've talked about it. We've all discussed it. We've all felt it. I think it's been said multiple times in the room. Costs are just going up. Well, they're going to go up next year as well. So their operations will go up next year. So if we do not, to Commissioner Morton's point earlier, if we only barely fund them and meet their existing to the penny gap, they have nothing for next year. And we will be back to this board asking again for additional dollars. So this is where I'm at this point. So Commissioner Sanford asked, how do we avoid that? So here's where the bouncing ball starts. So if I will go slow, and please let me know if you cannot see this on your screen, as I do not see it. So if we reduce insurance, this will reduce insurance for all funds. If we do it for one, we do it for everyone. So this will reduce the budget for all funds. Again, we pay on actual. I know you all know that, and I keep harping on it. I only say that because next year, if we're short, I come back to you and ask. So we can cut the budget and the per person budgeted amount now. That's not to say I won't come back here and stand before you and ask for those dollars later on. But if we do that, we can reduce that gap to $4.9 million. If I shift those pennies back over, and a penny is not worth quite as much to the schools as it is to the general fund, because we are required to share that with FSSD. So if I shift that penny back, that will give you an excess of $395,629 for next fiscal year in their fund balance, in order for them to maintain their 3% requirement. Any questions, or I can come back?
The 609, I think is 656.
Okay.
On the general school fund. I realize $49 is not going to make a difference, but some other bean counter is going to spot that.
6.5.
I think 656 is our penny on the school budget.
6.56. Thank you. We'll take every penny.
Greg, I'll go back to you first if you have any follow-up, and then I'll go to Commissioner Mary Smith. Any follow-up for Ms. Riley?
No.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, so thank you, Phoebe. I know this is a lot of work for you to go through these different scenarios, so I really, truly do appreciate it. One of the things that I have a question about is I know that last year during the budget committee, because everyone is talking about going from the 92 to 94, but that was under the assumption that we were going to go back and find cost savings this year, specifically around the insurance. And so I can't remember off the top of my head, but we were at 12.5 last year is what we budgeted for. And during budget committee, we said we can take that down for a quarter of the year because we wouldn't be able to start realizing some of those savings until January, possibly, March, for at least one, possibly 2 quarters. So I don't know where we were at with those cost savings, but to me, that is our largest line item. I mean, we spend just about as much on, medical and health insurance and dental insurance as we do. Now, I think our debt service might be competing with the medical and the dental, but it was brought up over and over again, this last year, that there are multi-million dollars worth of savings there. And some of the things that I was hearing from employees and from people who utilize our insurance is just their cost out of pocket, and they just didn't feel like the discounts were there. And also hearing stories about not having claims covered here locally, and then just deciding to go to an ER to get an MRI, to get different, services. And so I just feel like that was one area that we just didn't realize those savings. And so that was a big part of deciding to go from the 92 to the 94 under the assumption that we were going to see those millions of dollars in savings coming this year. And I'm not seeing those. So maybe we can talk to that. Maybe we can talk about what our action plan looks like this year to go out and realize those cost savings. Because I think we're making this assumption that everything's going to stay as and we're just going to continue to go up. And I think we need to not have that assumption. I think we need to change our goals and our vision, our strategy here to see where are these significant cost savings that we can find for the county. Because I'm telling you, our vendors are going to want to keep our business. So negotiating with them and telling them, like, listen, we can't pay what we're paying. I know the GIS software, I'm not sure exactly what all that entails, but that is a huge line item that much larger than what other counties are spending on GIS. So I think that's an area that we also need to look at. But I think there's huge opportunity, and no disrespect to Commissioner Webb, but there might be a really good ROI, return on our investment, if we actually did bring an independent auditor to come in and help us, realize some of these savings and see just operationally, what we could do better. Because I don't want to see our employees, I think this is a horrible position for us to be in. I don't want any employee to feel like they're not valued enough and that we don't want to see them paid competitively. So I think that's an area that we have to do our due diligence on, and that starts now. We can't wait till January, it's too late. So I do think that's one comment I wanted to make. And then I did notice on the revenue for Parks and Rec that it's actually, looks like it's projected down almost $915,000. Instead of, I would assume, since we've seen the recreation fees go up year over year, I did want to ask, that's almost $1 million in revenue on the revenue side of the equation, as to why that projection is so much lower than what we actually are seeing this year.
So to your first point, yes. Last year, we were at $13,000 per person for insurance. We reduced that to $12,500 for this current year, with the anticipation of seeing savings on our insurance. Unfortunately, I would love to see those savings as well. So far, my claims are going up, and each month we're paying $10 million. So I can't stress enough that we pay on actual. We have unfortunately had some very high claims and some high cases due catastrophic events, unfortunately, to some of our employees. So we have not seen those savings. This last month, it has gone down slightly over the prior 2 months. But again, those are also delayed. So we do not pay those out because once we get those bills from the hospital and the doctor's office, there's a lag. And we have just not seen the savings that we were anticipating. So yes, I am still hopeful they are coming, but I haven't seen them yet. And so I was wanting to be conservative to not project that those savings are coming when I haven't seen the case that they have. So that's why just going from 500, from 12.5 to 12.25 was kind of that being conservative, because I haven't seen those. So that's why we only reduced it by the $250,000. As far as Parks and Rec, if you remember this last month as well, or the 2 weeks ago, Monday, we also amended the revenue for the Renaissance Festival because they generated more than what we realized. So we accepted that funds, and then we paid that right back out to the Freemans. So we're trying to do that estimate. So again, to be conservative, we always leave that because I don't have a true dollar amount. If it rains, they may not have as much revenues for the year. So I budget a little bit lower, and so that's why it's $1 million less, because knowing if we do have a great year, like we did this year, we will be coming back to you with a resolution to offset any expense that we pay out to the Renaissance Festival. As we did, we actually had two this last month that we asked to pull revenues that had not previously been budgeted to offset the amount of the 25% that we send to the Freemans, as well as to put those funds back in to repairs and maintenance of the facility. So that's why, again, if I budget 100%, they don't come in, then you're asking me where the $1 million, well, I didn't hit the $1 million. So again, yes, there may be some leeway there, but that's just being conservative.
Okay. And just to follow up on that, because I believe the contract changes this year with the Freemans, so we don't pay them as much in the royalties, so we actually should be realizing more revenues. So it might be an opportunity there to add to the revenue side and still be conservative.
Sure.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add to what Commissioner Smith said. And yes, health insurance is a significant chunk of our budget. It's 12% of the budget. It's our second largest expense, I believe, behind payroll. We spent $105 million last year on health insurance. And I don't know if all of you have had a chance to look at Commissioner Smith's numbers. She sent us all an email yesterday, and she's really done an amazing job of doing some analysis, and I understand she got these numbers from the comptroller's office. But she compared our costs to some of our peer counties. Rutherford County and Montgomery County are two counties that we would consider to be peer counties because they have roughly the same number of employees. Actually, Rutherford County has 15% more employees than we do. But if you look at her numbers, over the last 10 years, we have spent $200 million more on health insurance, roughly, than Rutherford, and a little more than that than Rutherford, and a little less than that than Montgomery County. So the question is, why are we spending so much more than our peer counties on health insurance? And I don't know all the answers to that. I do know some of them because I've talked to both of the HR directors in both counties. They are using some strategies that we're not. And we need to look at those strategies. I don't think we've really done the due diligence we need to do to roll up our sleeves and take a hard look at making some changes to our plan. And some of these strategies we could implement relatively quickly. So I believe, and honestly, I believe there's enough money to cover this gap in the health claims if we were to really take a hard look and maybe make some changes to our health insurance this year. So I strongly would propose that we do that moving forward and really take a hard look at our health insurance and what we're doing there.
Commissioner Petty.
I agree with Commissioner Lawrence. There are systems that you can pull the most expensive people on your plan off, get them off and get them on another plan, and they work. They've been around for years. It's not something new. Plus the pharmaceuticals. We can do a better job on the cost of the pharmaceuticals. So I think that he's absolutely right. I think we could save multiple millions of dollars on that, and that's an area I think we should be concentrating on.
Any other questions or comments? And again, this is in regards to the section of the resolution under general administration as amended. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the general administration section of the resolution as amended, if you're in favor, signify. They're changing the screen, but as they do that, if it pops up on your screen, this amended number is now $26,646,316. Again, that's the general administration section as amended. If you're in favor of that, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hester and O'Neill. Oh. Commissioner O'Neill.
We've talked about a lot of stuff. What exactly are we voting on?
You're voting on. Well, and I'll take some blame for this. In my 16 years, I've gotten used to the habit of understanding that when we get to this resolution, everybody has come with questions and things they want to say. They're not always patient enough to wait till we get to that category. And so we usually do spend a lot of time discussing many of the categories within the first section. But if you've got the resolution in front of you, what we're technically voting on now are those line items listed under general administration. First bolded subtitle under Resolution 618-26-5 that earlier, prior to all the discussion, had been amended by Chaz Morton's motion, and I believe the second had come from Torres or Stresser.
Torres's motion to reduce your vote.
At any rate, that passed, and so now we're voting on just this one section, not the whole resolution, this one section, for a total amount of $26,646,316.
Penny moving and any of that, is that coming out of this section at all?
We haven't.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure that I'm voting on.
We haven't voted to move the pennies. All right. So the only one who hasn't voted yet now is Lisa Hayes. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
19 yes, 1 no.
That section of the resolution has passed. Moving on to finance, Ms. Riley.
Total for finance is $8,546,316.
$8,141,778.
Again, for finance is $8,141,778. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on that section of the resolution? Commissioner Mary Smith.
Just a quick question on this one, and I did see that there was, are we done with kind of the market adjustments this year? Because I did see that there was some salaries that were more than the 4%. So are we pretty well set now with our market adjustments?
Yes, we are. We did have some that crossed over because of that market adjustment into the new year with the new hire. But yes, we have addressed all of the market study and then 4% for the current fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments on the finance section? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amount of $8,141,778, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. On to Administration of Justice.
Administration of Justice, $727,137.
So again, Administration of Justice, $6,727,137. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Guy Carden. Questions and comments? Jennifer Mason.
Thank you. As many of you all know, I do work quite close with the court system, but in the past, with the judicial commissioner's budget, they pay into a statewide agency that I have in the past been a paid speaker for, and so for that reason, I will abstain from this category of voting.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the Administration of Justice budget of $6,727,137, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
19 yes, 1 abstain.
Motion passes. Next, we have Public Safety.
Public safety for a total of $58,605,647.
So again, Public Safety, $58,605,647. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Guy Carden. Questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of that amount for Public Safety, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Tunnicliffe and Commissioner O'Neill. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Next, we have Public Health and Welfare.
Total for public health and welfare, $17,396,796.
For Public Health and Welfare, $17,396,796. I have a proper motion again from Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Greg Sanford. Questions or comments? Commissioner Paul Webb.
I need that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is, oh, here it goes.
We've got a mouse battery issue, I think.
Mouse battery. Well, that's too bad.
There you go. Budget
All right,
book.
there we go. This includes the ambulance service, and this may be the time, Mr. Chair, that we bring Mr. Mazuka up to kind of explain the Spring Hill thing we talked about. But before that, we spent a lot of time talking about the issue of Spring Hill, but I'd also like to remind the body that those that live in Brentwood and Nolensville face the same situation. Old Hickory Boulevard is entirely in Davidson County, so if you had a medical emergency at, say, the Target or some business along Old Hickory Boulevard, Metro Fire would be the one that would respond, not Brentwood, not Williamson Medical. Same situation at the end of Concord Road and Nolensville Road. Well, many Nolensville residents, as well as East Brentwood residents, shop at the Kroger and the Public and many restaurants. That's also in Davidson County, so if there was an incident there, Metro Nashville would respond, not Williamson Health or Brentwood or Nolensville Fire. So Spring Hill is not a unique situation. We found ways to deal with it, and I think we will be able to deal with that in the Spring Hill situation. I just wanted to make that point, that Spring Hill is not entirely unique. We figured out a way to make this work for public safety. But at this point, I would like to ask Mr. Mizzou to come up and talk about the latest with the Spring Hill before we make a vote here.
Absolutely. Mr. Mizuka.
I'll bring Michael up with me to talk about any of the EMS technical issues you have. But last year, when we went to the Budget Committee, we talked about trying to get the deficit for the hospital back down to $1 million. Since 2009, we supported this county by about $53 million that we've contributed to the EMS service. So last year, this year we'll lose about $5 million on the EMS. And so we went to the committee and requested $13.5 million for our subsidy this year, which would ultimately take us to $1 million loss for this year, which is what we talked about doing last year. So a couple meetings later, there was a recommendation to reduce the subsidy down to $12 million, which would have meant another $1.5 million reduction to us. And so what I did is I went back to the Budget Committee and I said, we're not going to put the county or Spring Hill in a position where we sort of give back the keys, and that we're willing to let this go on another 6 months so we can find either the revenue to help support what we asked for, or we're going to have to figure out from a commission standpoint where we take the expense out. And so from our perspective, it's going to cost us over the 6 months $750,000 more than what we anticipated. But either at the end of 6 months, there'll be some type of cost reduction or there'll be some type of revenue increase. And so if Spring Hill, if Murray County comes up with funding for that side, then we will receive that funding. If we don't get additional funding, then we're going to have a conversation on where this commission wants us to cut service. And I asked Michael to come up because I think it's important to understand from EMS perspective what changing and sort of leaving the Murray County side from our perspective would do from a sort of, quality of care and coordination of services. So Michael, if you just spend a couple minutes saying what would happen there.
Sure, be glad to, and I'll try to be brief with it, just to be clear, but if you have any questions, let me know. There's certainly, it is our belief that the model that we have right now, which we've been doing for the last 6 years, is incredibly beneficial to the system as a whole. There's some real challenges within that area that, because of the way all of the 911 calls are received for the entire city, flow through our county 911 system as well, and they're responsible for not only dispatching us, but also dispatching the police and fire services in those areas, or any other public safety related elements that are required throughout the entire jurisdiction, not just the Williamson County side of things. But from a continuity of care standpoint, there's also a real benefit to both sides of the community that we are covering the entire jurisdiction. Certainly the resources that we have that are technically aligned on the Murray County side of the community often respond on the Williamson County side of the community, and vice versa. So there's a real complement to that happens. Now, that's not an argument about who should be paying for it. Certainly, it's very reasonable to ask for some financial contribution to offset our costs for that. But continuity of care-wise, it's very seamless. If you fragment the system, and even if Murray County was to apply their ambulance service to that side of the community, then when a 911 call is received, then there's a real delay in the response mechanism, because our center will receive the call and they'll have to turn around and forward that to the Murray County system, and then they have to forward it to the ambulance service down there. So it really does cause some challenges And again, that rolls back over to our side of the system as well. So we can make it work either way, but from a quality of care standpoint and just even overall functionality, it's an excellent model the way we have it right now. Any questions about that?
Any questions or comments for either Michael or CEO Mazuka? Do have one here, Commissioner Mason.
Yes, I just want to be clear for everybody. The 12 million in the budget does not include the 750,000 for the next 6 months for the cost of covering the Murray County side. That's being absorbed by the hospital. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I just wanted to be clear. That is not, our budget doesn't reflect us paying for the Murray County side of the ambulance services. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I think since I've been a commissioner, the ambulance service has gone from about 3 or 4 million to about 12 million. That's quite a percentage increase. What is causing that much of an increase?
I can tell you a couple things that took place, and I wish I had the timeline that shows the increase of the number of ambulances. But I think when the commission was, when the county was supporting us about $1.9 million a year, I think we're about at 11 ambulance units. We've gone up to 18 units since then. On top of that, our staff, and Michael could talk a little bit more about this, our staff was 24 hours on and 48 hours off. And the market changed to 24 hours on and 72 hours off. So it had a significant increase in the cost of staffing those ambulance units. I mean, is there something I'm missing other than those two really key issues?
I had heard something along the lines that like Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement, is that playing at all in here, that you're not getting enough money for these ambulance calls?
That's nationally. Nationally, what Medicare and Medicaid pays for reimbursement of ambulance services is below. And that's why you don't see a lot of hospitals running ambulance services, because they don't make money. And so most counties actually run their own ambulance service. For us, we've been doing this on behalf of the county since '72. From a managed care standpoint, we've had managed care agreements that don't pay what we're spending in costs. This last year, we had an increase that took effect, I believe it was June 1st of this year, with Blue Cross. And that increase is incorporated into our budget, but we also had to incorporate increases in employee salaries because we're paying below market for our EMS employees. And so that sort of absorbed that in that increase in the Blue Cross payment was absorbed in the increase in our salaries that we budgeted. And part of what's going to happen is most likely I'll not be able to provide those increases where I was expecting to do that July 1st until later in the year because of this additional deficit that we'll have to take on our budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Petty.
First of all, I want to just make it really clear, we have an exceptional ambulance service. I have been told, you can correct me if I'm wrong, one of the ways they judge the quality of the ambulance services is if you get to a house and the heart is stopped, if you get the heart stopped and the heart's beating when they get to the hospital, that's a big number. And nationwide, it's about 6%. In Williamson County, it's 36%. Is that correct, Michael? That's what I've been told?
It's really close, yeah.
Okay, it's very close.
We're about 34%.
So the question is, do we have a good ambulance service? Yes, we do, but it's very expensive. And I have some numbers here that you folks have given me because I asked for them over a month ago. And just to give people some perspective on what's happening and just what it's costing. First of all, we collect very, very little. I think in 2026, we billed out 27 million and collected 8, something like that. The cost in 2021, the total operating expense was 11,732,000. In 2026, it's 22,212,000. And that's, you mentioned what, we have additional ambulances we added, and we also went from the 2448 to 2472. Plus, we've had some increase in salaries to try to keep up. So that's not going to end. I mean, I think we have to understand as a county, our ambulance service is very expensive, and there's nothing we can do about it. if we want to maintain the quality that we have, and we're probably going to expand it, I think, relatively soon. So I think we just need to be prepared for this. This is going to be an ongoing thing year to year, and I don't know how we get around it, but hopefully we can work something out with Murray County that would help, reduce the costs there a little bit and help us, pay for the service we got. But we have a fantastic service.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I just want to echo, thank you guys for what you do. You do great work, and we're very, very lucky to have such a great service. Just to put it also a little bit more perspective is one of the things that I did share with the commission is when you look at the cost that other counties are spending on their ambulance service, and this was fiscal year '24, so this isn't even the most recent year, but Montgomery County spent $15.8 million on EMS services, and that was in fiscal year '24. Rutherford County was at $20.7 million. So we're still, even at the amount that you're asking, are still not paying as much as some of our peer counties. So, we're mandated. I mean, it's state law. We have to provide ambulance services to our community, not that we wouldn't if it wasn't state law. But right now, we're still saving some money in this particular line item. So I appreciate what y'all do, and I just wanted to provide that perspective.
Any other questions or comments on the public health and welfare section of the resolution? I see none. And if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the $17,396,796 budgeted for public health and welfare, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. And with that, I'm told it's time to start heading out to our lunch appointment and picture-taking appointment. Again, that is at the Ag Center. I had the address somewhere, but I assume everybody knows where the Ag Center is. But if you don't, that is 4215 Long Lane. And if you'll go straight there, you'll all get to be in the picture. We're adjourned until after lunch. All right, we're going to reconvene the annual budget meeting of the Williamson County Commissioners. When we left for lunch, we had left off having approved the public health and welfare section of the budget. We now move on to social, cultural, and recreational services. Ms. Riley?
Yes, social, cultural, and recreation services, $28,196,688.
$28,196,688 for social, cultural, and recreational services. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith.
The reason her mic keeps going out is because when they push their motion before she's through talking, it mutes her.
Can you click it back on now?
I can, but she's already through the numbers.
Okay, so questions and comments? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the 28 million, somebody want to speak?
No.
Okay. If you're in favor, hit your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Let's see. Commissioner Hayes?
No, it's not registered.
There we go. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
19 yes, 1 no.
Motion passes. On to agricultural and natural resources.
Agricultural natural resources, $985,153.
$985,153 for agricultural and natural resources. Proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Guy Carden. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Petty and Commissioner Steve Smith. Here we go. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. This next line item, just so everyone knows, Commissioner O'Neill had asked before we went to lunch which line item, because sometimes the titles aren't all that clear, would be reflective of the potential changes that Ms. Riley spoke about earlier having to do with insurance.
And you all already voted on these amendments.
Yeah, we've already voted on some of the amendments to these, but the insurance would, if this was one that you wanted to talk about the insurance, this would be the place to do it. It's under Other General Government.
Other general government, $38,290,895.
$38,290,895 for Other General Government. And I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Guy Carden. First question or comment comes from Commissioner Greg Sanford.
Phoebe, can you explain real quick on what it looks like in the savings if we drop that insurance from the, say, was it 12.5 or 12.50, whatever the number was,
Yes.
down to 12.25 or even 12?
If we drop it by $250,000 for the school system, that savings would be $1,346,750. If we drop it by $500, that is a little over $2.6 million.
Okay, Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to reduce that number by the $500 figure, Phoebe. So what's that bring it down to?
That would bring that savings, let me, hold on just a moment, let me see if I can.
So this is employee benefits, Commissioner Sanford?
Yes, ma'am.
58,600 category.
Yes, ma'am.
Making sure staff is loading the amendment correctly. Did we get a second? Did his motion get a second?
I think Ms. Riley's doing the math so we know the exact number that would put us at.
Mr. Chair, that will make the other government, other general government category, that will take that down to $38,151,340.
$38,150,351. And then 340.
Yes. That will reduce. And so the savings, we have to adjust every, if you adjust insurance, we have to adjust every single fund. So right now, we're on the general fund, so that's what it will mean to the general fund.
So insurance will come in on almost every
sorry?
section after this. And those savings,
Yes,
if this
58,600,
motion
the
prevails,
total of the
will be
other general
realized under
government
each of
total.
those sections.
But we need a new total for that, right?
For that one as well? Okay.
For the employee benefits total.
When we
It'll be
get it
on the,
correctly, we will.
before we vote, it'll be logged in.
That's not correct. That's not it.
That's the right number,
No.
38,151.
Jamie, they're taking it to 12,000 even.
Yes, sir, Mr. Webb.
While they're getting that information, I think in the discussion back and forth, not everyone might have heard what you said about this affecting all the subsequent budget line items. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure thing. So right now, I have a motion, have not asked for or received a second yet, from Commissioner Sanford on reducing,
Greg Lawrence on your screen here.
oh, Greg Lawrence, okay. I'm sorry, I do have a second from Commissioner Greg Lawrence. So we have a motion and a proper second to reduce the insurance overall by, what was it, $500?
To 12,000 per person.
To $12,000 per person. If that motion should prevail, then the amount of savings would not just come from the section that we're on now, and that's why you're seeing the benefit, not maybe realizing the benefit that you thought it would be. It not only would come out of other general, it would come out of the line item 58,600 from the next section, which is solid waste. It would come out of Highway and Public Works Fund. It would come out of schools. So you have to add up all those sections to see the total figure that Ms. Riley came up with, should we make that deduction. I don't know if I explained that well enough or not.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
So yes, Mr. Chairman, so if we deduct insurance for one, we'll deduct it for all the funds. And you will see the number that I quoted you was just for schools. That will be on your next page over. But I will need to go ahead and adjust these as well. So we'll actually have to amend each of the funds now in order to offset that.
And remind us once again, Ms. Riley, if you would, the total savings under all sections would be how much? If it were to pass.
Doesn't know yet,
No. If you don't have it readily, then
Let's see here.
because that's not part of the motion. That'll be subsequent motions. We're just amending 58,600 right here.
so Sanford will need to make that motion on each section.
Yes, and so this 29 million will change, and this 38 million total will change.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, is it easier to do a blanket motion to cover all the line items or do this? one by one?
I'm not able to do that, sir.
Yeah.
I have to adjust each one.
All right, so my question was kind of mute at that point then. We're just focusing right now on other general government
On just,
and what
yes, sir.
that savings would
Yes.
be. And again, I had the proper motion from Greg Sanford, seconded by Greg Lawrence. My first question or comment goes to Drew Torres.
Well, she doesn't have the information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment, the way it reads on the screen, I think we need to, there it goes, it said to 12,000, so it corrected as I was getting ready to suggest that. So thank you. So I don't think your question, Mr. Chair, is not relevant because I do think that we're trying to understand what is the aggregate impact to the total budget, and then we'll understand the kind of the parts and pieces that get to that number. So I actually would suggest that we give Phoebe time to get that calculated so we can understand it, so that as we get to those next funds, then we're prepared to understand what that impact is. So just as a recommendation.
No, great point. So we'll give Ms. Riley a moment.
This is wrong. 58,600 is not going from 29 million to 12,000. She's fixing that. If we can just hold their questions till she gets it said, and then they'll load it correctly.
It now says per employee.
Yes. And then she'll have to give us a new total for 58,600, which it will affect this total, the 38 and the 185. If we want, we can knock them out of the recess, so then we'll have to get them off until we're ready, or when we doing the same thing.
I have a feeling she's working on all of them right now. I could be wrong.
Thank you. So would you like me to do it overall budget or just the general fund?
I think we'd like to hear both if you have those numbers
Okay.
available. If you don't,
She's working on schools, so we don't have it right this second.
okay.
So what's the new 58,600 number?
I'm sorry?
The new 58,600.
The new 58,600 will be $28,735,167.
What was it, 735? What was the last thing?
28,735,167.
Bringing that total to $38,151,340.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Bringing the total general government only down 600,000, is that right? From 38.7 to 38.1. Is it only a 600,000 overall reduction in that fund?
It should be 500 in that line item.
Okay, so the other general government total will be,
It should be a reduction of 543,000. So the total general government will be 184,879,655.
and the
Say it again?
subtotal,
And that still doesn't include.
271?
Feels like that should drop about $500,000 as well, and that only dropped about 250. So you may only have a 250 assumption on the bottom one and a 500 assumption on the top.
Possibly.
To Drew Torres's point, that some commissioners might want to either vote or not vote based on the total figure, including schools, I'm inclined to do another recess while Ms. Riley gets all the numbers together. Does that seem fair? All right, let's recess here for 5 minutes or so until Ms. Riley Okay. We'll reconvene the meeting. I believe Ms. Riley has those numbers for us now.
Yes, thank you, sir. I appreciate your patience. So total savings countywide by reducing it by $500 per person is a savings of $3,402,000. And that will affect almost every fund.
And you've already given us the numbers for the section that we're on now.
Yes.
It's, put it back, please. That one.
So again, the motion made by Greg Sanford and seconded by Greg Lawrence is before you now, reducing, at least for now, just for this section, the insurance by $500 per person, bringing us, and correct me if I'm wrong, Phoebe, to a total of that fund of $184,879,655.
Yes, sir.
Questions or comments on that? Jennifer, Commissioner Mason?
Yes, so Phoebe, I want to make sure I understand, when we say we're reducing it from 12.5 to 12 per employee, what exactly does that mean for the employee, or does it mean more for the county?
It will be for the county. So that is what we fund per person on a budget side. So that's what we put in as the highway fund, solid waste, schools. That's what we put in per person in order to offset the cost of those expenses.
And so it's almost a little bit like a gamble, right? Because depending on our healthcare expenses, 12,000 per employee could be fine, or we could be shorting ourselves and coming up empty at the end of next fiscal year because we didn't fund the account enough. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate.
So that's the balance test that we have.
Yes, ma'am, I will have to come back if that is the case.
And we would have to find the money somewhere?
You'll have to pull it out of fund balance of some sort.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Greg Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Phoebe, I'm calculating here that I'm guessing we're using about a 6,600 employee count on this, in the insured lives and the health insurance?
Yes.
That's not what you said?
Yes,
Okay,
we have over 5,000 in the schools and a little over 1,000 in general fund, and then 72 highway, something like that. So
okay,
yes.
So I just want to point out, if we spent $105 million last year, if all we have to do is find a little bit less than 5% of savings in our claims over last year to make up $6 million. So I think that's doable. I think we can do that if we roll up our sleeves and do some of the hard work of looking at the numbers. So that's all we have to do is find less than 5% in our health insurance. But we got others, and I know we got other cuts on the table too, but that's a big one right there.
Sure.
Commissioner
you.
Williams.
This is going to be a little bit of continuation of the same questions that Commissioner Mason was asking. So just to make it perfectly clear to everybody here, first of all, where did the 12,500 number come from?
So that is what we have estimated our claims to be per person. We've taken, again, as Commissioner Lawrence had mentioned, our per person, multiplied that by 12.5, and that's what we're hoping will be enough in our insurance fund in order to absorb the cost.
And that's based off of actual historical costs that we've incurred
Yes,
per
sir.
employee?
Yes, sir. We will also have additions. Obviously, there is some employees do pay for family care or for family coverage, things like that. So we do have a little bit of that. Also taking into consideration some of the refunds that we've already received this year. So estimating those out as well, but yes.
So adjusting this to 12,000, it's a budgetary move to make the numbers work, but it actually has no impact as to what our actual costs are going to be when it comes to health benefits.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so here's my thoughts. To me, this seems like a dangerous precedent to go down. I think it's a continuation of what we did last year. We went from 92% budgeting to 94% collection budgeting. It's partly what's created this issue now. If we're just monkeying with the numbers to make the numbers work, but they don't actually have an impact as to what the real impact on the cost is, it seems like a dangerous precedent. Now, for 4 years now, I've heard from several about mythical savings opportunities that exist out there in substantial numbers, and I've yet to see a single one of them actually deliver anything substantial. And that's what I'm hearing right now. I'm hearing right now that we're going to change the budgeting numbers to make the numbers work, and then we're going to go and find all these savings that exist afterwards. In my opinion, we're backwards on that. Let's go find the savings first, and then come back and adjust the budget to reflect that. But that's not what we're talking about right now. So I'm just going to leave it there, but I do not like the direction that we're going down right now.
Mary Smith has already spoken, and I believe the mayor would like to speak, so I'll go to the mayor now and then to you, Commissioner Mary Smith.
So just, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, just a little history. Matt, you're right. All of you are right. Your statements are correct. Go back in time for the last 4 or 5 years, just give you a little history lesson here. We did this with using some ARPA money. We didn't increase the budget that year. The expected claims based on empirical data that we have based off the insurance company. And I'm sure many of you remember we used some ARPA funds. I don't remember exactly how much. Do you remember? $12 million. So we used $12 million to supplement that, which was allowed under the ARPA funds, which allowed us to keep that number that Commissioner Lawrence is talking about. The one thing that you are doing it but this way, and Commissioner Morton and us, we had this conversation during the budget process, and Phoebe knows it, and I asked Rachel for sure, if next year you came back and you had premies and you had outside your threshold of stop losses and all of the things we've got, you could go into the fund balance of schools using that money as unexpected, which you couldn't touch now. Did you follow me? You have to have a 3% fund balance for schools going into September 1. That 3% represents several $1 million, which is not much for schools to have, but that's what state law says. But that allows you to penetrate those 3% funds, because the 3% funds say unexpected, outside of the norm. That doesn't take away your statement, but it does allow you to penetrate that gate that you can't get into now.
You got to go down and find it to backfill it going into next year.
That's correct. But it is available. It's not available today.
Commissioner Mary Smith?
Yeah, hi Phoebe. So just to clarify, because I know we are self-funded, and so we pay directly. So we have, I guess, an internal service fund.
Yes.
Do we have a balance on that? I mean, I've never really seen a statement on that particular fund and where it sits right now with regards to how much of a balance is in there.
Let's see.
And what was the total number of employees that you said we calculated that based off of? 6,600?
Yeah, a little over 6,000.
Okay. And did that include any open positions?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so I think we said earlier that the open positions wouldn't actually start until January.
The new positions,
The new
yes,
positions.
for the county.
Okay.
The new positions. would
So
not-
new positions, were those included in the 6,600? So, I mean, I guess my
Yes.
question is, are we doing 12,000 for the new positions? Are we only doing 6,000 for the new positions?
So we would budget, I only included in the budget half of that 12.5 originally, because we were only doing it for half a year. So I've already aggregated that out.
Okay, so that was included in the $3,402,000?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I was just curious then on the, like, how much we actually have in that fund right now. And I just want to clarify, too, like, I sat through a lot of the purchasing and insurance meetings when we did the RFP and the third-party administrator, and we were trying to get some of these numbers on our claims to understand where there were possible cost savings. And I would say that it was a difficult process to go through, and I know there's a lot of complexities there, but I don't feel like a lot of the data that we were asking for was made available so that we can make better decisions on that RFP process. So, yes, while we did that, and We had even industry experts come in and say that there's cost savings there. I don't really think that we've done enough to really realize those savings, and I think there's a lot of opportunity still there to do that. They weren't recorded, but I will say that the Purchasing and Insurance Committee, I think they've identified opportunities, and I do feel confident that if we do our due diligence and we do a real competitive bidding process on our purchasing and insurance, that we can realize those savings.
It is loading. I'm pulling up the cash balance, the current cash balance. It's just loading. So currently, cash in the self-insurance fund, I'm going to need to make that bigger, is $20,404,234. That is our current cash on hand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Riley, what are our monthly claims averaging currently?
Last month was around a little over $10 million.
How many?
10 million.
10 million
Yes,
per
sir.
month.
So we're averaging 8 to 10 million a month right now. As I said, we have had some catastrophic cases that we have incurred recently.
Stop loss beyond that.
Question or comment from Commissioner Tunnicliffe?
Phoebe, we run how far behind on those numbers? I mean, what month have you paid out of that?
We are about a month and a half probably behind.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards?
Yeah, I call them the premiums because we self-insure, but our payments to Cigna have gone up by $20 million in the past year, which is about a 20% increase. I guess my first question to you, do you find that concerning? The average raise in healthcare costs is about 6% per year. So I'm wondering if there are some real savings that could be found there, considering that we're now paying 20% more, or is that just claims? I can't tell from the budget here.
Yes, it would just be claims, because what you're not seeing is we do not budget the self-insurance fund. So we move this money over so it's not a budgeted fund. So that's why you don't see it in your book. So yes, we just pay those out. It's just more of a kind of a cash basis, in and out. So we pay the claims.
Okay.
And that's the claims that have come through this far.
All right, so that 12.5, excuse me.
12,000 or 12.5, yes, sir.
Yeah, 12.5, but that is what you budget.
Correct. So offset
But-
that expense.
But it's not in our budget?
Yes, sir.
confusing
That's
the
what
two?
we just amended. So we just amended the employee benefits of number 58600. And so that's the number that we just reduced if we drop that down to 12,000. So that is in our budget.
Okay, and that's the
Yes.
money that goes into the fund? is that
Correct.
Correct?
Correct, to pay those claims.
Okay, and that's taken from, because what we're saying is we're seeing savings in other areas. Those are other funds.
Yes.
And those will all make up the, between our, and you can't call it premium, I'm like, administrative charges and our claims, it should equal about, I think it's 114 million was the last total.
I think that was approximately
And
the last
stop
total.
loss,
Sure.
stop loss too.
Sure.
I'm like, okay, but we don't see all of that number in our budget? Would that be correct to say?
That would be correct. You don't see the actual expenses. I can start providing you with a balance sheet for the self-insurance fund. I'd be happy to start doing that, so you can see that number, you'll see the expenses and what that cash balance is going up and down. So
Yeah,
yes,
I
you
would-
can, sure,
I would like to see that. I'm not here for much longer. but
of course.
I'd like to see
Now,
it.
I'd be
Thank
happy
you.
to do that for this next month.
Thank you.
And just as a correction, Ms. Riley, we haven't amended it yet, so
Correct.
the motion is to.
Correct.
Any other questions or comments? Again, this is on the amendment, and the amendment is on the screen in front of you. If there are no other questions or comments, then voting on the amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Mary Smith and Commissioner Richards. Here. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
14 yes, 6 no.
Amendment passes. We're now on to the main motion as amended. Again, this is other general government. Now with the amendment, and correct me if I'm wrong again, Ms. Riley, brings that total to $38,151,340 as amended. Questions or comments on the resolution now as amended?
We don't need another motion.
You don't need another, we already have the motion in a second.
Give her time to change that number.
Okay. While they're changing the number for the screen, Commissioner Richards, did you want to speak again?
I did.
I'm assuming I can talk now to the other economic
can.
and community development. I'm assuming that's Williamson Inc., the $380,000? So that, we did reduce that by $20,000?
Yeah, we reduced it by 20, but it was included in the amendment with the CVB that was part of that first resolution, because theirs is also part of the hotel motel tax. So when you pass that resolution 1, then that was to put the money back for CVB and Williamson Inc.
Okay, so that's really $400,000.
Yes, it is. It's been amended. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
Jennifer Mason, did you want to?
No, mine was on the
Okay. Any other questions or comments while they load the new number? Seeing none, and the new number appears to be loaded. If you're in favor of the resolution or the motion as amended, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
15 yes, 5 no.
Motion passes. That brings us to the total general fund. Voting on a total general fund, I'll let you state it, Ms. Riley.
Total general fund, $184,879,655.
And I believe they need a second to load that new number there too as well. While they're doing that, questions or comments from Commissioner Sanford?
Is there any other previous line items that I can go ahead and amend, or is this going forward, so that I would have to amend one?
This will only be going forward, so we will need to amend the next budget as well.
Hold on, the system just went crazy down.
Drastic.
You crashed the system.
You need to call one of the IT guys over.
Did yours go crazy too? Yeah,
mine has.
they're working on it. Way to go, Greg. Exactly. I mean, the IT budget's up.
Yeah.
It's a tax revolt.
Yeah, let me. So it's not a quick fix, it's a longer. Should I do a voice call or have a recess?
You can do a roll call. Roll call.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote while they work on the system.
And also the mics will be off, so speak loudly.
If you didn't hear that, the mics will be off, so speak loudly as Mr. Whidbey records the roll for the total general fund amount of $184,000. So the number on your screen, right, if you've got the screen up, is not correct. It's, again, the amended amount, $184,879,655. Go ahead and record the roll, please, Mr. Whidbey.
Commissioner Aiello,
Commissioner Aiello says yes.
That was good.
Commissioner Beathard,
Beathard.
Yes.
Commissioner Carden,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes,
No.
Commissioner Herbert,
Yes.
Commissioner Hester,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Mason,
Yes.
Commissioner Morton,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Petty,
Yes.
Commissioner Richards,
No.
Commissioner Sanford,
Yes.
Commissioner Mary Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Steve Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Stresser,
Yes.
Commissioner Torres,
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Commissioner Webb?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
17 to 2. Oh, 18 to 2.
I have 18 yes, 2 no.
The motion passes, and we have our budget set for the total general fund. Are we ready now to move on to solid waste, or are we still having?
You can't because we'll have an amendment and we can't load the amendment and they can't push the request to speak. She has the number, but they can't.
Looks like we're taking another recess, folks.
You can't amend it
As I-
because your things don't work. You can if you want.
Technically, you can do motion without writing it down. Just make sure it's correct.
Yeah. We can do it at the old-fashioned way, I suppose.
Wait.
Saved by the bell. I'm fine with doing that. Are you fine with doing that?
What?
Writing everything down?
Yeah, but we're good to go now.
Okay. All right, I think we're good to go.
Everybody's got to reset their iPads.
I believe everybody's got to reset their iPads by exiting out and hitting sign in again. If everyone's done that, we'll move on to solid waste sanitation fund. Ms. Riley.
As presented, solid waste sanitation fund is $10,547,598.
$10,547,598 for the total solid waste sanitation fund as presented and motion made by Drew Torres and seconded by Guy Carden. I'll call now on Commissioner Sanford.
I'd like to make a motion for an amendment on line item 58,600 employee benefits to take that insurance number from $12,500 to $12,000 per person.
I have a proper motion. Do I hear a second? Second came from Commissioner Torres. Questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment, once they have it loaded and it pops up on your screen, if you're in favor.
No, she's got to give you the new employee benefits number.
Oh, yes.
I'm trying, you need to ask Phoebe for the employee benefits number.
May
You
I?
have that number?
Yes.
Okay. What's the new number, Ms.
So
Riley?
the new number for employee benefits is $928,469. The new total solid waste fund will be $10,530,598.
Okay, for a new amended amount of $10,500,000, what was it, 30?
Yes.
$598.
Yes, sir.
Again, I'll ask for questions or comments on that while they load that. Seeing none, then
Wait there. Okay. So this is what you're voting on.
it's loaded on the screen. If you're in favor of the new the amendment, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please. Mr. Whitby.
15 yes, 5 no.
The amendment passes, so now we're on to,
They loaded the total, this thing that y'all voted on, so it's done.
okay. So that one's done. All right, move on to Special Drug Control Fund. Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
Special Drug Control Fund, a total of $196,150, and there is no insurance in that fund.
Yeah. So $196,150 for the Drug Control Fund. I've got a proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Any questions or comments on this fund?
Chairman, didn't we just vote on the amendment?
They loaded it as the full resolution. If you want to go back, go ahead. I'll let legal counsel answer that.
you've already approved that number with that amendment. So basically, when you are done with all of them, you will adopt the resolution as amended. So you'll be picking up all those other. You're doing both. You're amending the line item and you're amending the total of that fund. When we're all done, we'll adopt it all as amended with that new number.
So again, back to the total special drug fund of $196,150. One last call for questions and comments. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button, opposed your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Petty? There we go. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. On to Highway Public Works Fund. Ms. Riley?
As presented, $15,967,100.
$15,697,100 for the Highway Public Works Fund, and I have a proper motion from Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Questions or comments on that motion? Commissioner Sanford.
I'd like to amend line item 66000, employee benefits for reducing the insurance from $12,500 to $12,000 per person.
I have a proper motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Drew Torres. While they load that, questions or comments on the amendment?
New number?
And Ms. Riley, do you have the new number?
Yes. So your employee benefit line will be a new total of $1,971,615.
And that will bring the total to?
The total for Highway Public Works is $15,658,100.
One more time with that number, 16?
15.
Oh, 15.
658,100.
So technically, I need to vote on this first and then this.
58,600 only at the same time.
So you can vote on both of those amendments at the same time because it is, yes.
Okay. I'm
It's
totally
a
voting both.
theoretic, okay. It's
All right.
loaded that way.
I'm told that we can vote on both that reduction and the new total amount at the same time, just as we did on the last section. So now we're voting on the amendment and the total at the same time. Any questions or comments for a new total of $15,658,000, what was it again, 400? Oh, $100. Questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amended amount, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
15 yes, 5 no.
Motion and amendment passes. On to Total General Purpose School Fund.
General Purpose School Fund is $569,484,432.
$569,484,432 for the General Purpose School Fund. Proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Questions or comments? Commissioner Sanford.
Phoebe, what line item would this come out of? The Human Resources Personnel Fund or every single one of them?
Yes.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to reduce every single line item for the employee insurance per person from $12,500 to $12,000.
I
Proper
do have a
motion.
total. I have a total for the fund, so that'll be helpful.
Okay. Let me get a second from Commissioner Drew Torres. And what are those totals now, Ms. Riley?
So the total for the General Purpose School Fund is $566,790,932. So 566,790,932.
And we can vote on the total as amended. Being told that we can vote on the total as amended, but first I'll ask if there are questions or comments on the amendment and the new total. Commissioner Torres.
Not on the amendment.
Well, it'd be on both now. Yeah.
Then yes. Rachel, I'm going to ask my question that I asked you. So two things. One is I just want to validate that there's no raises in the open positions. So that's question one. And then question two, I asked you at lunch to give us an idea if you didn't do a raise for salaries over 150,000, what would that look like?
Yes. So the answer to the first question is when we do the calculation for the raise, we use existing employees. And so there was no raise calculated for any open positions. The second question related to anyone over 150, it's roughly $165,000.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Aiello.
Rachel, this is also for you. Sorry to make you walk back and forth. Does this budget item, does it contain any sort of increase in salary for school board?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, hi. I don't know if you need to come back or not. So obviously we got to see the study that was given to the school board regarding the salary study. And so I've been on this commission now. This is my fourth year. And every year we go through the same, our inboxes fill up. Everyone's like, please, fund our teachers, fund our school. But I just want to be very clear. By the time the budget gets to the county commission, there's a lot of decisions that have already been made. And so personally, as a parent has had 3 kids go through our public school system, I moved here for our school system. And I believe that we have been 100% committed to investing in that school system because we know how important it is to our community. Being on the commission, I have a whole new respect for the decisions we have to make. But I do believe that there is a huge opportunity. I can't imagine as a teacher, if I watched that study, to see that, to me, the message it sent to me as a teacher is I'm not being valued as much as people that are in the central office or in these admin positions. And I don't think that's the message we want to send to our parents, to our students, or to our teachers, because they are the ones on the front lines. They are the ones that are spending time in the classroom doing all the things that Ms. Beverly, talked about. And so while we get to approve the budget, which I have no problem approving the budget because I understand the importance of our schools, the decision has to be made with the district leaders and with the school board on making sure that our teachers feel valued. So I do hope that the district leaders and the school board will take that study into consideration and really think about who we need to be focused on. We're having a hard time filling the positions in the classroom, and that's where the focus really should be. So I hope that by passing this budget that there will be some real insights and initiative taken to actually make sure that our teachers know how important they are and that they are valued. So I just want to get that out there. We're tired of getting the emails.
And I believe Superintendent Golden would like to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for mentioning that. In answer to your comments, I do want to mention that our salary study identified that our starting teacher pay in the region is 3rd behind Metro and Franklin Special. That's the starting pay. Somewhere around between year 5 and 10, it drops below most of our neighbors, and then it jumps back up at year 21. So one of the recommendations that we had was to focus on those mid-years. We have put an emphasis these last few years on starting pay because there is a shortage of teachers. Our staffing is better than it's been in 20 years. There's a whole lot of reasons for that. Some of it is starting pay because we've been able to get those folks in. Part of it is the supports we give them during the school year. Our board has not voted on what they would do with that 4% if you all in fact pass it. I do anticipate that they will put a focus on teachers and on some of our lower paid hourly folks who provide that support.
Thank you. I do want to add one more comment, if I could.
Go ahead.
I also am very empathetic to the fact that a lot of the things that our school is being forced to pay for are mandates from the state. So I do want to point out, and I've done some analysis on too, the last 10 years, we've spent over 91 counties have spent $700 million on textbooks. So I do want to point that out, that you guys have some very, very expensive expenditures that you have to pay for because the state is mandating that, and you're limited. So I do think that there's opportunities there to make sure we work with our state legislatures in understanding the cost that they're pushing down to the local level.
Yeah, and you all know I'm gonna piggyback on what you just spoke to. You all are funding about 2/3 of our budget.
And that is different from many other counties, so thank you for that.
Commissioner Torres.
I don't remember, I know Commissioner Herbert asked this in Education Committee 2 times ago on the textbooks, and I don't remember Rachel or Jason, did they go back in? I know they were out, they were in, and I'm trying to figure out if they're still in or not. And cost.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. This year, we have included in our budget social studies textbooks because this is the state-required adoption year for social studies. It's a more significant expense than last year where it was a smaller group, career technical, et cetera. The board has not voted again on the budget since you all started discussing it. But they are aware that your budget proposal includes a reduction of $2.2 million, which was a result of our discussion with our school board of the social studies textbooks for the youngest grades. So they do recognize that if you pass this, it already includes a $2.2 million cut in our aggregate total. Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments on the newly amended amount for the total general purpose school fund? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, the new fund being $566,790,932. If you're in favor of that amended amount, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Morton. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
16 yes, 4 no.
Motion passes. On to the Central Cafeteria Fund.
Central Cafeteria as presented is $21,615,317.
$21,615,317 for the Central Cafeteria Fund. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Question or comment, Commissioner Sanford?
I'd like to make a motion to amend this line item, reducing the insurance fund per person from $12,500 to $12,000.
Have a proper motion. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Torres. And Ms. Riley, what would that new figure bring?
The new total would be $21,537,317.
For a new figure of $21,537,317.
Yes, sir.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Herbert on the amendment.
I guess I'm going back on the previous one. I thought we were just amending for the insurance. I didn't know that when we voted, we were voting on that total budget for that without us making any additional cuts so that we could, I mean, we didn't, with revenue for that.
For the last section or for this one?
For the last one on the general purpose. I mean, I assume we're still short with revenue on that, and we didn't even hear that. And if we need to make more cuts or we need to do a tax increase, I'd like to know that information. Can we go back on that?
It's a fair question and a good point. All I would need is a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
Second. You need to go ahead and take care of this first, and then motion to reconsider.
All right. I'm told we need to go ahead, since we've started it, and finish out the Central Cafeteria Fund.
Okay,
And then I'll accept your motion to reconsider the previous section.
thank you.
So again, with a new total amount of $21,537,317 for the total Central Cafeteria Fund, any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the amended amount, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Webb, Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
15 yes, 5 no.
Motion passes. Now, Commissioner Herbert, you have a motion to reconsider? And that would be for the total general purpose school fund. Do I hear a second? Second. Seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford and I think a few others. All right, so we're back now to the total general purpose school fund.
And you have to vote on the motion to reconsider.
On the motion to reconsider, yeah. So we need a vote on the motion to reconsider. Is this just a 13 or a supermajority?
It's 13.
Okay. So regular majority,
Was she on the prevailing side?
does it matter if she was on the prevailing side of the vote? Commissioner Herbert, do you remember how you voted on the resolution the first time?
Were you part of the 16 or 4?
So she can make it? Okay. Then you can make the motion. And the second, yeah.
Can we then go back to that original vote and have it only be for the cut from 12.5 to 12 instead of the entire budget?
That's what she's asking.
Is that what we're going to take it back to that original and re-vote on that then?
We'll know that when we get to it. We've got the motion to reconsider. She'll make her motions to amend, whatever that is.
I believe the intent is to keep the amendment we voted on, but maybe alter other line items that we didn't have a chance to discuss.
Okay.
That's correct, okay. So questions or comments on the motion to reconsider? Seeing none, if you're in favor of reconsidering the section for total general purpose school fund, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Hayes? Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
18 yes, 2 no.
Okay, so we're back to a reconsideration of the total general purpose school fund as amended. The amendment that we voted on still stands. We're now opening the floor to any other amendments or discussions considering this section of the budget. Commissioner Herbert?
Well, I guess I want to ask Phoebe, I don't know if it's Rachel, what is our status now as far as revenue and expenses?
A 2 cent, either a 2 cent increase or a 2 cent shift from general fund. So you're-
Or how much would you cut the budget? What's that equal to if we wanted to cut the school budget?
That would be $5,353,312.
And I do want to state for the record, I'm very much in favor of the school employees getting the 4% raise. But I would still like to see some cuts to the budget, and I don't see any of the school board members here at all to see about this process. I'm open for suggestions from other people on how there's things that they could see. And I've got a few suggestions on the school budget, and I'll throw those out there. And one is, and this is very minor. Where's Jason hiding at? Oh, there you are. How can I miss you? Is early release for the elementary schools. I've heard complaints because you've got the bus running 3 times instead of 2. I know that's very minor, but that kind of stuff adds up. And I know the teachers really like that extra time, but I would hope that the school board could work on something where we're only running the buses twice for that. That's extra money. I feel like that's unnecessary.
Thank you, Commissioner. So to answer that question, we do 11 times a year at the elementary school an early release, and we do run the buses right when they release. They run their secondary routes. In those 11 out of the 177 school days, they do run that a second time. Those routes are quicker because there's fewer students on it. We do that for those families who are working and you know can't be there for their children during those 11 days. You're correct that from a numbers perspective, it's minor. You know, in the great scheme of things, when the board decided a few years ago to give those teachers that time to collaborate, we did make that decision to run those 2 routes. That is something we can check. I would suggest to you, given where we are with the budget right now, that those are some items that are worth us reviewing in the coming budget year. My ask in the aggregate is that you approve where we are, given that gap that we are at. Certainly open any questions you may have related to specific items, but I did want to point out, when Mayor Anderson announced his proposal for this coming budget year, he mentioned that he was asking all county departments to cut their operations by 5%. We did that. With that textbook, we cut 5.14%. In addition to that, we have already cut 28.9 positions. Our net total staffing is in this budget year 28.9 fewer positions than last year's. That total included us looking back at our payroll line items, and we've reduced our payroll line by $5.7 million. So I want to make sure you all know that we did what the mayor asked and more, because we knew it was coming. When Mayor Anderson proposed the budget proposal, I let the County Commission's Budget Committee know on the front end we could not do that 4% without your help. We've cut that gap. Phoebe gave you the $5 million or so. Rachel, I don't know if that includes that $2.2 million they've already cut. I think it does, which means given that $2.2 million you've cut, we have about a $3.7 million gap. If you all ask us to cut it some more, we'll have to go back to the drawing board based on the aggregate and have the board look at it. From my perspective, last year the aggregate pay increase for schools was a little bit less than everyone else because you all were able to address that salary study. My ask of you is not to do it 2 years in a row.
Follow up, Commissioner Herbert?
Yeah, and I think everybody here is in support of the school employees getting the same amount, every school employee, not just select ones, everyone as the rest. And I don't want to get into the hamburger and the steak that we all know about. But I would like to see some more cuts, and you know what I'm getting ready to say, the instructional coaches. And I mean, I feel like we could cut some of those positions, and those employees could fill the empty positions where other school employees have left or retired, and fill up part of that with us having to increase or only doing a partial tax increase. And I guess I'm just kind of interested in what you would say and the other commissioners feel about that. You know, I think the instructional coaches are a great thing, and the teachers do like that, but you know, you can't always have everything you want as far as that. And you know, I know, what'd you say, it's 10 million for all of them?
I think it's somewhere around there, yes, ma'am.
And if we just cut it a couple of million, you know, on the smaller schools?
Well, let me tell you what our board discussed related to that. There was actually a motion on the floor when our board discussed our budget as well. That motion to cut coaches, instructional coaches, died for lack of a second. But let me tell you why. We talked about it in detail at the board level. We talked about the value of those instructional coaches in detail at the board level, and it became apparent to our board, the entity that spends that time evaluating student performance, that there was a need for it. It's a different challenge for high-performing school districts to continue to grow their students. Research indicates that there's value in those instructional coaches. We've carved out that time for teachers to get together as teacher teams, and the work that they do drills down to individual Tennessee standards, and they talk about individual students, and they ask, did our students master the standards in that short window of time? And if they didn't, then they go back and they will spiral back to those particular important standards and reteach. Those instructional coaches give them techniques on how to do that. The instructional coaches spend time in the classrooms observing, helping the teachers find ways to get those high-performing students to do just that little extra so that they can perform. This year, right at the last minute in budget, we've gotten somewhere around $5 million in funding from the state based on the single letter grade structure, because more than half of our schools have A's. When that structure started in year one and now we're on year three, we were just a couple of schools above that line. We've increased that the last 2 years. That letter grade system is based on a combination of achievement and growth. And our students are competing against other high-performing students for that growth measure. And if we take our eye off that ball for that growth, there's a real possibility that we're going to have some high-achieving schools that don't have the growth and they fall off that A. So from our perspective, it's important for individual students to grow and master the standards. From a budgeting perspective, it's important that we don't fall off that line that now is being funded based on that single letter grade system.
And I understand that, but the school board, as I want to say, there's none here, has sent us a budget to starting out with that was $20 million short. You know, they should have been able to come up with some, and I know you did a great job in cutting, I will give you that. I've never seen actually the school superintendent cut any before, this first year ever. So you've done a great job, but we need more cuts. And my question is, so what would the school board suggest we cut? What are they comfortable with cutting? I mean, I feel like they should have meet with us somehow and come up with something they could come up with to say that we're okay with cutting this.
We cut $5.7 million in personnel. We cut 4.1%, and I mean 4.1 million in our operations budget. Our total cost to fund a 4% raise is $12.6 million. We now have, given where you are, about a $3.7 million gap. We've cut, and I appreciate you acknowledging that. It's tough. You all are in a difficult spot because of, in large part because of how the state funds us. So we started with that $22 million gap, but that gap would have been larger had we not cut.
One more question, Rachel. Have you found any more money? Okay. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before I go to the next question, just as a reminder to all the commissioners, while we are well within our rights to debate line items, we have no veto power over the line items. We can't accept a motion to reduce the total amount, but we can't, we have no authority to specify where that reduction would occur. And with that, I'll go to Commissioner Mary Smith.
Hey, Jason. So this was just a suggestion that actually came to us by, again, another constituent. When you were looking at the cuts, I think you said you did some operational expenses decreases. Did that include any software? Because I guess I've heard that there are some software licenses. Maybe we don't need the same level of software licenses in certain areas, and I know that's a big cost center. So is that an area that you're all able to explore for this fiscal year?
Yes, Commissioner. We did do some cuts on that. I know you've spoken to that at the county government level as well. We are in the process of actually reducing some of our apps, some of our instructional apps. That's consistent with what we see in some research related to student use of computers and consistent with some of the new state laws related to that. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you the total amount, but yes, those are some of the cuts that we went through.
Superintendent, could you pull your mic a little closer?
I'm sorry. I'm too tall. I'm the opposite of hiding, I guess.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And Mr. Chair, if I may, we did have some school board members here earlier today, and so I did want to point that out. That if there aren't any in the audience at the moment, they were here earlier and weren't able to stay.
And I recognize that, absolutely. Commissioner Sanford.
This is tough. Obviously, I'm dead set against the tax increase, so we've got to, maybe it passes, maybe it doesn't. We've got to figure out a way to lighten the load of $5.6 million. I don't think there's a director in this room or in this works for this county is going to run in here and volunteer up some of their budget. My concern is a little bit with the schools is let's let not this commission have amnesia. 2 years ago, when the school board tried to strong arm this commission into selling wolf tickets to the public that we were cutting the raises, right? We weren't trying to do that. I fully support a raise for every teacher in this county. I'm a product of our public schools, and I fully support that. So My concern is that we start cutting, even though maybe some cuts need to be done. It's frustrating if the school board just gives us a budget and says, well, we're $20 million to the good, $20 million of deficit figured out, county commission. But what I don't want to happen is the school board going back and selling to the public that we cut raises. And they tried to do that before. And, I'm not going to be strong-armed into a decision. I fully support the raises for teachers, and I hope the school board, regardless of what happens with this budget, funds those raises for those teachers. So,
Commissioner Steve Smith.
Mr. Chair, as chairman of the Education Committee, I want to echo what Commissioner Herbert said, that the school system brought us a budget with a lot of cuts that we've not necessarily seen before, and we've been looking at these budgets for a long time. And Jason was clear with us when he said they fear if they go beyond the cuts that they've made, that they will get into instructional support, reaching the students. And that's something we need to be cautious about. Thank you.
Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Commissioner Herbert. I find it interesting that when the motion was made to have a conversation about the instructional coaches, it didn't even get a second. So it wasn't even properly debated by the school board. Now, admittedly, it was discussed in the planning session, so I do want to acknowledge that. But that's not as public as a forum as a school board, because not many people pay attention that the planning session is open to the public. So I agree with Commissioner Sanford that regardless of what happens, it would be nice to have the school board openly debate that in a public forum. And I agree with Commissioner Herbert. I think that that's an area that can be looked at. But again, we don't have that power. We can just make a recommendation on what we are willing to fund. The priority has to be the classroom, and I know it is, but this is the fourth year in a row where our inboxes are filled with emails insinuating that we don't support teachers, and I think this commission has proven over and over and over, long before I was on the commission, that we do support teachers and that we will fund it and that public education matters. I have a special needs daughter who is very well supported by Williamson County Schools, as you know. And I'm very appreciative for her education and everything that she gets. So I don't want teachers to feel like we don't support them. We're in this predicament because of our colleagues at the state, because we don't get adequate funding. I always think about Commissioner Webb's chart that he brings out once a year to remind everybody about how we get penalized because of our ability to pay, and the state is abdicating their constitutional responsibility, which creates a greater burden for us as a legislative body to make decisions, but ultimately it puts the burden on the taxpayer. And it's grossly unfair, and I'm hoping that we'll get to a remedy sooner than later. But I do agree with Commissioner Herbert. I don't know how we do it and send it back for some additional considerations and conversations with the school board, but I do appreciate the work that's been done. I do want to acknowledge that, but I would like to see one more pass at it. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you've actually given me two prompts. Number one, you mentioned the state government, and I spoke to you all funding about 2/3 of our budget. Our per pupil expenditure hovers around the average statewide, and you all are funding 2/3 of that. That is significant. You all may also remember that when we were going through this process of starting with that gap and making adjustments based on the last few months of property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, those new things that came in from the state, adjustments you all made, adjustments we made. In the middle of that, we got notice of the new TISA formula for the year that included a setback of about $2.9 million. where they readjusted that fiscal capacity indicator. So that reemphasizes what you're talking about. I will tell you all also, on the other points that you gave me a prompt on, the vast majority of our school board's detailed work is at those work sessions. We do broadcast those. Those are on our website, so anyone can look at those. That's when we get into deep discussions. So in that example of a motion from a board member to remove the instructional coaches, that failed for a lack of a second because of that detailed discussion at the work session. Thank you.
Yes, follow up, Commissioner Torres?
One additional thing. So Putnam County does a joint, a special called session with school board and their budget committee every December. And it's something that I would like us to consider, presuming that I'm still on the commission, because I do think having that early discussion in December sends the appropriate signal to both bodies as to kind of where we're going, so we don't, wait until March to get a first view of it. And I think it would allow for a more productive process that would probably get us to a conclusion more quickly, rather than getting to June 18th, 19th, whatever the date is, and we're still kind of swirling around the gap. So just a suggestion, I don't know how we would do it, Counselor, but I know Putnam County does it, and I think it's a best practice we should adopt.
I think that's not a bad idea at all from our perspective. We do present our board with a preliminary budget in February. We've done that the last 2 years maybe, knowing that the revenue side is difficult to predict at that stage.
Commissioner Mason?
Thank you. First, I need to put on the record, and I forgot to do this earlier, my husband does work for the school system. However, as the chair has pointed out, we don't have line item budget veto. I can't dictate how the school funds and how that would personally affect him, so I will vote my conscience, but I did want to put that out there. My second question is for Phoebe. And this morning was a long time ago, but you had shown us a spreadsheet that if we move 2 pennies from the general fund to the school fund, we could get there without a tax increase, depending on what we did with that quote-unquote third penny. So my question to you is, with the cuts that have been made on the insurance funding, are we at a point now that if we rolled over those 2 pennies that you talked about, we could do a budget without a tax increase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I thought that's what, and rolling over those 2 pennies means what exactly?
So that would be a reduction of revenue in our general fund. And the spreadsheet, again, the morning was a long time ago. The spreadsheet that showed the total amount of money that was budgeted for revenue in general fund already has that reduction. So that number, that's why there was that $18 million draw. So that was already in the budget as presented that you all have. So shifting that over would just be changing the next resolution that it has in front of you, of changing us, dropping general fund from 28 cents to 26 cents.
And so what would that leave us? Because under the first scenario we looked at, we had $46,000 left over. Where are we potentially now with the cuts that have been made under that 2 penny shift scenario?
If, and my computer for some reason has died. Rachel, do you have that up? If we also do the debt reduction for the second year,
Yes.
and the 2 pennies, that will give them to the positive of 1.7 million.
Okay, so with making no further cuts to the school budget, moving those 2 pennies over, we would still have an excess in reserve of 1.7 million with no tax increase.
Yes, ma'am, if you forgive
Where we
that-
are currently
Yes, ma'am.
making that next cut
And
on.
forgive that next payment, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, thank you.
Riley, just a question on that. Is that in any way tied to what the mayor was speaking about previously, of the things that Moody's looks at that could possibly drop our AAA bond rating to a AA or something lower?
So without shifting the 2 pennies, my draw is only around 13 million for the general fund. So that is increasing it, obviously substantial. So the first year they will take a look. My understanding, they will maybe question, why did you take such a huge draw from fund balance? As the mayor said, the first year is kind of okay, you had some shortfalls, you made some concessions. The second year, if we do that substantial of a draw again, it may throw up some red flags. Yes, sir. That second year, if we continue to pull 18 to 20 million out of our fund balance to continue to fund our schools, it will be a hit. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I believe, Commissioner Mary Smith, you've already spoken even since the reconsideration, correct? So I'll go now to Commissioner Petty.
I want to come back to the coaches in the schools.
Instructional.
I want to come back to that. Just want to ask a couple questions. Okay, you said we're spending $10 million a year for these instructional coaches. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they essential?
Yes, we believe they are essential in the sense that if we're going to continue to grow our students. So teachers are number one. These coaches are teachers of the teachers who will model instruction for students.
But these are master teachers, I presume, and they're out of the classroom now.
We recruit those based on skills of teaching teachers and modeling instruction.
Yeah.
And if I may, when we speak raw numbers, I want you all to get your arms around the scope of what we do. We have 42,000 students. We have 1,006 middle and high school athletics coaches. When we talk raw numbers, they are spread out through those 52 schools. But yes, that is the cost. Yeah. And one of the reasons we have that clearly is because the state accounting structure has separated those out into a different category. Yeah. So that's part of what we provided to you all in the budget.
Yeah. Well, I taught school. I was a brand new teacher in 1976 and got in a classroom and scared to death, which I think is pretty typical.
Yeah.
And other teachers that had been around a lot longer mentored me. They came alongside me. They gave me suggestions. They helped me with lesson plans. They did a lot of things like that. And I'm assuming, and we always had department heads of each, and the department heads would disseminate information and work with that. So it seems like we have quite a layer of help for our teachers that it seems to me that, the teaching would still go on and we'd still have classrooms and still have instruction going on if we didn't have the coaches. If we were on a shipwreck, we had to start throwing cargo off the side, in order to stay afloat. I'm just wondering if we're looking for some place where we could find maybe a little savings, that might be it. That's all. So.
Yeah, well, thank you for that question, Commissioner. And that is the kind of discussion that our board had. And especially with the shortage of teachers, those coaches are actually physically showing model lessons to those students while those new teachers are watching and participating. They're doing some things that mentors can't because mentors are all in their classroom. We have found that it is a difference maker right behind those teachers giving direct instruction.
So the majority of the coaching is done with new teachers, then I take it?
It's a combination because they're working with teacher teams. And they're addressing student mastery of those individual standards. So a large portion, yes, is focused on those new teachers to keep them in the profession. Usually at that 5 to 6, 7 year point for professions, they're folks are trying to decide, do I want to do this? It's not just teachers; other professions do the same thing. So we're looking to keep them, and those coaches do make a direct difference. Mentoring does the same thing, but it's less direct.
Okay.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jason, quick question. You said our per pupil expenditures are close to the average. Do you know exactly what our per pupil expenditure is going to be in this scenario?
We don't, because the state adds all that up and factors in federal funding and even tosses in the cafeteria fund. The state numbers come about a year in arrears, and so we don't know what's happening in other districts right now.
Okay.
So it's hard for us to predict where we might fall in that continuum.
What was it last year?
If I'm not mistaken, Rachel, the most recent data?
24-25 was 13,421.
13,421, and am I mistaken in remembering?
Statewide average was 13,880.
So give me those numbers again.
860, sorry. Ours was 13,421, the state average was 13,860.
So our per pupil last year, the 24-25, the most recent data we have from the state was 13,421. 421, and the state average was 13,480 and change.
Okay.
So we're-
800 and something.
I'm sorry, sorry. Thank you. You're hearing better than I am. 861 and change. So we're slightly below the 50th percentile.
Okay, so
Correct.
as I recall, the state portion of that was about 4,300 last
sir.
year, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that helps everybody get a perspective of how
Yes.
much Williamson County taxpayers are paying per
That is
student.
correct, and our federal is relatively small. Now, that also includes cafeteria, and, we don't expend tax funds, local tax funds for our cafeteria fund, so that's an approximation.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Thank you again. So I forgot to ask somebody when it was interested in knowing if there was any laptops that were funded in this year's budget,
I'm trying to remember if we,
student laptops.
we have a cycle. We're not buying new devices for the elementary school. Last year, I think that Rachel tells me that the budget was $9 million. It's $1 million this year, so we have a handful of replacements. Handful again in those large aggregate numbers that we have. We are and have spent a lot of time this past year thoughtfully and intentionally and strategically planning to reduce student time on laptops. We're a little bit ahead of the state on that. So from a numbers perspective, about $1 million compared to $9 million last year.
Okay. And then as part of the study, was there any sort of audit of your central office as far as the positions there, how that compares to other counties?
Yes, ma'am. The salary study did include an analysis of all our positions, including central office, including our leadership. Generally speaking, our principals and leadership are not first, but very close to first in the region, whereas our teachers are slightly below that. We have placed a premium on leadership. We know that leadership's important. We did have an issue identified in compression between our assistant principal and principal positions, and those are some items that our board's going to be looking at long term.
I guess what the question I was asking was the number of positions.
Number of positions. It was a salary study. It didn't relate to numbers of positions.
Okay.
But I will tell you that our per pupil expenditure is below average, and our teacher pay is substantially above the state average. So we don't have data other than that to show you, but we do put our money in the classrooms. The coaches are a good example of that.
Okay. And then I think it might be of interest to you if you guys do another study on the unfunded mandates. So we actually have a clear picture of what your expenses are that you're required to by state law. And just kind of piggybacking off what Commissioner Lawrence said. So, looking at the amount that we get from the state and our deficit, right now as a Williamson County parent, if I want to apply for our educational savings account, and I get accepted into that program, I can get $7,500 for my student. However, if that is still not going to give me what I need to pay for a private school, and I send them to a Williamson County school, I'm going to get $4,300 per student. And right now with our deficit, all we're asking for from the state is approximately $130 per student to cover it.
Yeah.
So just want to give people some of the numbers there on what we're actually dealing with, and pointing out that in your study, when you add in the cost of living factor, we're dead last. So these are things that need to be considered, and I would suggest when you guys meet with your state legislatures, let the county commission know about it so we can sit on that and we can share with them some of the pain points that we're dealing with every year when we have to try to put this budget together.
Thank you for that. Generally speaking, you've hit some pretty accurate numbers. That estimate that Commissioner Lawrence spoke to, somewhere around $4,300 to $4,400 per student, includes everything. It includes all our funding for special education, where we've taken the total state money, divided it by the number of students we have. Just a simple math. But you're right, the state has indicated that they've got the capacity to fund others at a higher rate.
Is that right?
You're right about that.
Commissioner Judy Herbert.
Jason,
Yes, ma'am.
I really respect you, and I know you have done an excellent job trying to cut
there's a
this,
butt
this budget. And I'm really encouraging the teachers to get to 4%, but I am making a motion to cut the school general purpose fund to $564 and that takes up half of that 5.8 million. It's half of that would cut the budget. And then I guess we can figure out the rest, whether we have to do a penny increase or swap or how we do. But I'd like to make a motion to move it to 564 million.
564 million even?
Yeah.
I have a proper motion. Do I hear a second? Fails for lack of a second.
That
Okay,
took it
seconded
to
from
5.
Commissioner Sean.
It was at
Aiello.
566. It was after, yeah.
Could someone give us what that amount of reduction is? Quick math. Yeah. That'd be $2,740,932. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have a proper motion and a second to reduce the general purpose school fund by $2,740,932. Questions or comments on that motion to amend? Has it been loaded? Yes. Okay. It's been loaded. Seeing no questions, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of that reduction, signify by pressing your yes button. I'm sorry, Commissioner Sanford, do you have a question or comment?
With that number, what is the outstanding balance that we're short?
You would need 1 penny.
Roughly 2.6, 2.7 million?
Yes, yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Sorry.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Lawrence?
So if we did this, where does it leave there? We had 1.7 million under the last scenario. Where would it leave the school's budget under this scenario?
So if you dropped it the 2.6 or 2.7 that we just did? So you would be short right at $1 million, so just slightly less than a full penny.
Okay.
Commissioner Mary Smith?
I guess I want to kind of have a review of what Commissioner Mason asked, because it sounded like we would be able to, without doing this reduction, we would be able to make it work without a tax increase, unless I misunderstood that before the amendment. Yeah. So I'm not sure,
I think she's speaking to the
I guess,
amendment.
what the amendment buys us. Like,
So the amendment would just keep from shifting 2 pennies over from the general fund to 1.
but even if we did the 2 pennies, we still, I guess what we're all trying to avoid is a property tax increase.
I understand. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So does this help with that? Or, I mean, are we okay with not having a property tax increase without the amendment?
Yes, you can avoid a property tax increase if we shift the 2 full pennies from the general fund.
Okay.
Without the additional cut. If we make the additional cut, then it would drop it down to only needing 1 penny.
Okay. And then I guess to Jason, do you feel like, I mean, how difficult is this going to be for you to get, is there things that you have that were potential without taking away any of the salary increases?
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't know where we go from there, because when we had our conversation at the board level, our discussion centered around any more cuts are going to affect. So my ask of you would be, if in fact you as a commission determine based on where you are, given all that's led up to this, if you can do it with 2 pennies and you're not ready to do a tax increase, I would ask for the 2 pennies. We've cut more than we've been asked to. I mean, than the other departments are asked to already. I ask that you not ask us to cut any more. I will tell you, from an emotional perspective, when we cut and we get thanked for cutting, and then we're told cut some more so that we can keep a penny elsewhere, that's bothersome.
I feel your pain. I've been through this last year.
Yeah,
It's real difficult.
Yeah.
Commissioner Richards.
Ms. Riley, I don't know if you can answer it. Would you happen, and if you don't know it offhand, it's not a big deal, how much of with the cut that we're talking about right now with this amendment, how much of a percentage increase or even just a dollar amount increase is that from the general purpose school fund from last year?
From last year?
It was 534 last year, 534.8. Sorry. This is 538.5 last year. 538.5.
Ms. Riley, we're showing it here to be 538,000, or 538,500,000.
Yeah, about 7,000, yeah.
Okay, that's good enough.
So, yes, sir, your number looks right. So a little less than 2 million.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the motion to amend the budget by $2,740,932? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of the reduction, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
8 yes, 12 no.
Motion fails. Unless there's another motion, we will move on from total general purpose school fund to, where did we leave off? Extended school program funds, correct?
Motion to reconsider.
And we've reconsidered, unless there's any other.
So you need to re-vote on the total?
No, because they've already voted on reconsideration, puts it back on the table. They have now taken the action to amend it, or not to amend it. So that final action was already taken.
All right. Back to extended school program.
Okay, so we're back to the extended school program fund. Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
Adjustment to insurance is $8,257,627.
Again, as presented, is $257,627 for the total extended school program fund. Proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Commissioner Sanford.
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the per-person insurance from $12,500 down to $12,000.
Got a proper motion. Do I hear a second? Second from Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on the motion to reduce the insurance from $12,500 per person to $12,000?
Let's vote on that before you vote on the new
I
total.
am, even though there's no other line item in here.
Well, this one time it would work.
Yeah. Seeing none, do we have, what is that number, Ms. Riley?
The dropping to 12,000 is $8,226,127.
So the amendment, it would bring it down to $8,226,127. One last call for questions or comments on that amendment. Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of that insurance reduction, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Lawrence. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
15 yes, 5 no.
You want me to do the total? Just to get in the habit?
No, because
Okay.
it was on
Yeah. There's no other line items on that one, so that's the total, and we'll move on now to general debt service fund.
The general debt service fund is $70,141,417.
$70,141,417 for the general debt service fund. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, Phoebe, I'm just wondering, because obviously last year was like $109 million that we spent on debt service total, and this year I think we're looking at a total of about $114 million. And I know we're going to be retiring debt too. Do you have any indication of what we're going to be looking at over, what kind of increase we're going to be looking at, or if we're hoping to stay flat? Because I know we've got a lot of bonds still out there that we haven't even gone to market on. We got the jail project, possibly the courthouse project. We're looking at significant, debt coming at us. Do you have any kind of projections that you've been working on with where our debt service is going to be going for the next 5 years?
So again, it depends on how much we need for that draw for the JJJ. That will be our biggest. Right now, other than that, we will be able to hopefully maintain about a flat. I would throw this and take this opportunity that our overall outstanding debt did go down this year. So we actually were able to reduce our outstanding debt by $7,350,000. So hopefully we can take advantage of a few things. We have a few things coming up that we can pay off. So again, it will depend on what that draw is for the JJJ.
Can you tell us what our new debt number is?
Yes, I can. Our direct outstanding debt as of 6/30/26 is $1,117,545,000. So that number is 1117545. And I'm just going to pitch it one more time. That is a reduction of $7 million.
Okay. Because I guess as we're looking at, increases in budget, how much the debt service will increase over the next year. Obviously, the goal is to try and keep that as flat as possible and then start to reduce that. But I know we've just got a lot of big expenditures coming. So do you see that number going up over the 114?
It may slightly. We are working on capital requests now. We were, again, trying to see what our operations were, how much we would have in fund balance that we could absorb some of that. I'm hoping to absorb about $15 million of capital for the general fund. Again, I will have those numbers for you in July, so I will have a better idea then. If I do not have that today, but I will have a better idea in July.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanford.
Is there any insurance money in this general government, other charges?
No, sir. For
Great,
these next
thanks.
two, there is nothing. Thank you.
Commissioner Petty.
I just want to point out, our AAA rating, and I know that they talked about it earlier, our willingness and ability to pay is very important, but also the debt ratio to our budget is very important. And I did some studies and found out that the rating institutes like Moody's, they like it to be around the 8 to 10% range. We're at 12.3 right now. And when you get to 15, they start to get worried. So I'm just pointing it out. We're moving in that direction. And then we do, as Commissioner Smith pointed out, we got some things coming up. We got the jail, we got the juvenile, we got the courthouse. And there's always, the schools always coming to us for, who knows, $15, $20, $30 million a year. It's all legitimate stuff. I'm not saying it's not, but it's just something we have to keep an eye on.
Of course.
Commissioner Williams.
Phoebe, you gave us the total direct debt. Can you also give us the net debt?
Yes, the net debt to the county is $940,540,000.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments on the general debt service fund? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Now on to the rural debt service fund. Ms. Riley.
Rural debt service for a total of $43,985,037.
$43,985,037 for the Rural Debt Service Fund. Proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Any questions or comments on that section? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
20 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. So I believe that now takes us to a new grand total, an amended grand total of what, Ms. Riley?
May I give? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make
Yes,
sure.
yes.
So as amended, from those amendments throughout the day, our total is $921,945,333.
So for a total on the resolution of a county budget, all funds included, of $921,945,333. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Any questions or comments on that total? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Sanford. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
18 yes, 2 no.
Resolution passes. Which, as amended. Which takes us to our next resolution.
Now you gotta vote on this total resolution.
We just did.
No, you voted on the total fund. You have
voted
to
on the
vote
total
on
as
the
amended.
whole resolution because it includes all this verbiage. You already have a motion and a second. You already have it for this resolution.
Same motion and second from Drew and Steve.
So this morning's motion in this resolution was,
I apologize, we have to vote one more time to solidify all the language behind it. This morning, the motion was made and seconded by
Sanford and Mary Smith.
Sanford and
Mary Smith.
and Commissioner Mary Smith.
On this resolution.
And again, this would be for the total of Resolution 618-26-5.
We're pushing yes button for both motions. That's it.
And again, that total, $921,945,333. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote again, and you're in favor again, signify by pressing your yes button. And again, this is as amended. If you're opposed, your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
17 yes, 3 no.
The resolution passes. Now on to Resolution 618-26-6, resolution setting the tax levy in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st of 2026. The Budget Committee was 3 for, 1 against as amended. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
We had originally recommended a 3-cent tax increase, taking it to $1.33. We now have several minutes. We have worked down the numbers. I think I would like to request a brief recess so that I can set the proper amendment to match what this body has voted on so far, so that we're not looking at the wrong number with the wrong pennies being shifted into the wrong funds. So if I could have 2 minutes to redo that math.
Yeah, let me back up, though, because I made a mistake and didn't get a motion in a second. Proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. And now we'll take how many minutes?
I don't think it'll take but about 2 minutes.
No.
But I'm talking with Phoebe's numbers, so how about 5?
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
No, I'm trying not to rush you.
We'll reconvene the Williamson County Commissioner meeting for the annual budget with, I believe, an amendment to come from our budget chair, Commissioner. Well, we need the amendment to be said first, right?
No, we need this on the floor. We need a motion.
Oh, I already got that.
No, you don't. Do you?
Yeah, we have a motion second.
I already
On
got
the
that.
tax rate?
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason they did that.
Remember I
They
backed
went
up.
into-
Can't remember who it was. but-
I don't think you did.
Well, then check it. It was me and Steve.
On the tax rate?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. I
All
see it
right.
now. Thank you.
So we are back to Resolution 618-26-6, having been originally motioned by Commissioner Drew Torres and seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. And now I believe our chairman of our Budget Committee, Commissioner Morton, has a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the decisions we've made, and Jeff and his staff are kind enough to go on and load this up, I would like to propose an amendment reflecting a $1.30 tax rate. That would be 26 cents in the general fund, 3 cents in the
Williams.
solid waste
You're
sanitation
hitting
fund,
Williams instead of Morton.
7 cents in the general purpose school fund, 15 cents general debt service fund, and 9 cent rural debt service fund. So a 3 cent change from the stated rate on the original resolution.
And I apologize when I'm asking you to repeat all that because your microphone cut out about halfway through. I think
Fantastic.
we have you on now.
Very good. I'll say it a little cleaner this time. Bottom number changes to $1.30. The middle number, general purpose schools fund, from 80 cents to 77 cents. The other 4 funds remaining the same. That would be for $1.30. That would be my proposed amendment.
And we get to that by way of, Ms. Riley, if you want to explain it to everyone.
Need a second.
Second.
Oh, the amendment needs a first and a second. So I made, the proper motion was made by Commissioner Morton. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Drew Torres. Go ahead, Ms. Riley.
Yes, thank you. So that we achieved that by shifting the 2 pennies. Currently, the tax rate in the general fund is 0.28. Shifting those 2 pennies, reducing that to 0.26, and shifting the pennies, increasing the general purpose school by 2 pennies to make it 177. So that is a shift of the 2 pennies. No new tax rate.
And this is also reflective of the insurance reduction as well, correct?
Yes, insurance reduction, as well as I will be coming back to ask for that debt payment to let the schools forgo that one for the next fiscal year. And I may have said $1.77, 77 cents.
77 cents.
Although
yes.
Jason might be really excited right now that I messed up.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Yeah, just want to clarify, Phoebe, I know you said it, but let's make sure everybody knows. This does not include a tax increase
Yes, sir.
for Williamson County residents. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment? Commissioner Mason?
I see where the appetite is for the commission. It's been clear no one wants to see a tax increase, but we have to accept that this is not sustainable. It simply is not sustainable. It's going to come to head, and whether that's next year or the year after, we have got to figure out either how we increase revenue or how we decrease expenses, because we are robbing Peter to pay Paul, and it's going to come back and get us. We did it last year, and we're paying for it this year. It's been said over and over and over. Next year, we're going to have the same issues. I'm happy to support this, but it makes me incredibly nervous. We are playing around with our AAA bond rating. We are hoping and praying that we have medical expenses that don't exceed what we've reduced it to. We hope that we don't have another storm, Fern, or big expenses, and cross our fingers, cross our toes, put the spoon under your pillow, whatever it is you need to do for us to get through this next year. But we have got to have a serious discussion for budget next year on how we're going to get there. But we can't keep doing what we're doing and end up where we are right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert.
I just want to clarify, Phoebe, when you're talking shifting the 2 cents, from the general, that only applies to this year, or will it carry on?
No, ma'am, it will be carried on. We have a maintenance of effort requirement, and we will have to maintain the same funding level. So that will be this tax rate, and they will keep those 2 pennies as we move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hayes.
I concur with Commissioner Mason's comments. I think we need to do a hard look at our budgets, or have the new mayor, hard look at the budget. I think Commissioner Mary Smith was very kind to provide us with some serious data and some pretty charts that make it very easy to read, that we have great opportunities in negotiating our gasoline cost, our software licenses, our benefits. We have areas where we can save substantial dollars. And it may mean ending a relationship with someone we've had a long-standing relationship with. They're not giving us the best deal. So I think we need to do a true request for proposal, get different proposals, and really take a hard look and cut these, maybe in that relationship with an old vendor to get a better vendor that gives us a better price. And I know it's hard for some people to do that, but that's in corporate America what we do year in and year out. Sometimes you just make those hard decisions, and I think that's where we'll find those dollars, and we can maybe let, the school board or the school system have a break for a year, because I do think there's substantial savings there. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Yeah, I'm not going to mince words. I'm disappointed in the county commission. We got 9 commissioners, so leaving in August, we got 9 new ones that we're setting up for failure. We've kicked the can down the road 2 years in a row. We played budgetary games last year when we set the budget for this year, and we're doing it again, which I fear for political reasons, because we just weren't willing to do the right thing back in the beginning. So for those 9 that are coming on, I apologize on behalf of this commission. Thanks.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
I just want to say, I know it's really hard to go through these numbers, and, I have spent a lot of time trying to go into this because I don't want to put anybody in a pinch. I don't think anybody wants to lose AAA bond rating. I think everyone knows what an amazing county we have, and we all want to provide the highest level of services, that we possibly can. But I also want to put things in perspective. We bring in one of the highest property tax revenues in the state. We bring in almost $50 million more in property tax revenue than Rutherford County does. So we are bringing in a lot of property tax revenue. So to me, that doesn't say that the property tax is the issue. It's maybe looking at other alternative revenues and then also looking at cost savings. So I just feel like there's so much opportunity that we just have not tapped into that we can to make sure that we keep those property tax rates low. I just really would put it on the commission, the new people coming in, start early. Start early with looking at RFPs, looking at contract negotiations, looking at necessary costs. We have so much opportunity. Gordon's done an amazing job with our Parks and Rec. I think that is an area that we really could, tap into. Look at those other revenue streams, your business tax, your sales tax, your wheel tax. We have one of the lowest wheel tax. Montgomery County brings in about $8 million more a year in wheel tax than what we do. And I know that didn't pass last time, but it's definitely an area I think you can look at. Of course, I'm a, taxes last person, but I'm saying property taxes to me is the lowest one. It is basically, charging people rent to keep their property for perpetuity. So there's lots of opportunities, and I'm always more than happy to help and assist in any way I can. But I don't want to undermine just how important the decisions are that y'all make. It's a $900+ million budget that we have to make decisions on, and that impacts a lot of people that live in this county and also work in this county. So I do appreciate the work of the commission.
Commissioner Sanford.
I don't want to overstep my bounds, but I'd like to make a request from Rachel moving forward, and maybe through Phoebe, via Phoebe, that quarterly this commission gets some type of email or to monitor your insurance fund balance, so we know what that number is on at least a quarterly basis, just in case we do have an overage on the insurance, we know where to come get it. So I appreciate that.
Commissioner Petty.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said, and I have concerns as Commissioner Williams does, obviously. But I do believe that there are areas that we can find savings, and there's areas where we can increase revenue. I think the wheel tax is a perfect example of that. And I think we need, what happens is we wait until, the first of the year, and then everything get compressed, and we get down to June here, and we're all just trying to figure out how to get things done. And maybe we should be starting sooner as a commission and start looking at some things and finding. This is going to force us to look seriously at where we can get some real cost savings and find out how they're done, compare them with some other counties. And I think we can do that. And I think that if we do that, I think we will find some substantial savings. And I think that would be a good thing.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Well, here we are again, budget time. We look at a tax increase, we avoid a tax increase by kicking that proverbial can down the road. Many of you have been here 4 years, some of us longer, and we all seem to say, well, there's savings. I haven't seen the work from a good portion of this commission to bring those savings, quote unquote. And as we were told earlier today by one of the other commissioners, we avoided a property tax increase. By doing so, we continue to kick this can down the road, and we're setting our incoming mayor up for failure without major help next year from our county commission. I'm disappointed as well with our county commission today and agree with Mr. Williams. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If I might be permitted to speak, I'll simply say that I also concur with Commissioner Williams that we're setting up the next regime for failure. And I can't in good conscience do that, so I'll be voting no on this amendment. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on the amendment to reduce the tax rate to 1.30. If you're in favor of doing that, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone else or anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Morton. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
13 yes, 7 no.
The motion passes. We're on now to the main resolution as amended. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote on Resolution 6/1826-6 as amended to a total tax rate of $1.30. If you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
17 yes, 3 no.
Resolution passes. I believe that concludes all the business that is to come before us. Any reminders or anything we want to? I want to thank Ms. Riley, the work she's done and the questions that she has answered today so thoroughly and with such thoughtfulness. Thank you for the work you do, and thank you for helping us get through this today. Don't forget the June 29th meeting at the Enrichment Center. That's the informational session, sorry.
No action.
No action will be taken at that meeting. And as always, I want to thank the sheriff's deputies for being here and the sheriff. Anything else to come before this body? Question, yes. Let's turn your microphone on real quick. Hang on. Go ahead.
Last courthouse task force meeting before the July county commission meeting is set for June 22nd at 5:30 here, where there'll be some pretty robust discussion. So.
Any other comments or reminders that we need before we adjourn? Seeing none, we are adjourned.